Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Highway Haunt, Shadows Lurking Near Gas Station. The highway had been a steady blur of asphalt and headlights for hours, a ribbon of dark stretching endlessly beneath the moon's pale watch. I'd been driving since early afternoon, the kind of trip where the landscape seems to fold into itself, fields giving way to scrub to trees to nothing but the vague promise of a town 100 miles down the road. My eyes itched behind a layer of fatigue. The air in the car smelled faintly of stale coffee and the faint tang of leftover fast food. I guess it was the kind of thing that sticks with you when you're not paying attention. I spotted the gas station just before it disappeared from the pull-out lane, a lone bulb flickering overhead, casting a jaundiced light on the peeling paint of the building. It was one of those places that seemed caught in a time warp. The gas pumps rusted and long past any kind of modern upgrade, the sign above the door half illuminated, Castle's Gas and Grub. I pulled off the road, tires crunching on the gravel, and killed the engine. The night was quieter here, but only just. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked, a sharp yip that snagged the silence for a moment before fading away. The air smelled of dry heat and something else I couldn't place. Not quite smoke, but close enough to make my throat tighten. Inside, the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. The clerk was a man who looked like he'd been standing behind this counter longer than the station had been open. He was thin, with a scraggly beard and eyes that darted around like they were trying to track something invisible. His name tag read Eddie, though I wasn't sure if that was a given or a nickname. I could already tell he wasn't one for small talk. "Gas?" he asked, voice low and gravelly. "Yeah. And maybe a soda," I said, glancing at the cooler. The air conditioning inside the store was a relief from the thick heat outside. Eddie nodded but kept his eyes on the door, like he was waiting for someone. Or something. As I picked out a bottle of root beer, I noticed the shelves were stocked with the usual fare: chips, candy bars, a few cans of something that smelled oddly metallic. I touched the label on a bag of peanuts, feeling the rough cardboard wrapper between my fingers. The place had the faint mustiness of an old basement, the kind that seeps into your clothes and doesn't quite come out no matter how long you wear them. When I stepped up to the counter, Eddie leaned forward, lowering his voice so that only I could hear. "You shouldn't stay here long," he said, eyes sharp. "Got a group hanging around just outside. Homeless, I reckon. Been prowling near the highway for a few nights. Desperate types." I blinked, caught off guard by the sudden seriousness. "Really?" "I haven't seen anyone. Well, they don't like to show themselves too much in the daylight. Night's their time. They're looking for more than just a warm place." His gaze flicked to the window, where the shadows pooled just beyond the weak glow of the station's lights. I swallowed, a dry lump rising in my throat. Should I leave? Yeah. The thought chilled me to the bone. "Now," he said, voice dropping to a whisper. "Don't wait around." The words hung in the air, heavy and urgent. I felt the hairs on my arms prickle, the temperature in the room shifting. It was like the night itself was pressing against the windows, waiting. I paid and stepped back outside, the heat hitting me like a wave. The parking lot was empty except for my car, the gravel crunching underfoot. The distant sound of a car approaching made me glance down the highway. A semi-truck rumbled past, its headlights momentarily blinding. Then silence again. I climbed into the driver's seat, fingers lingering on the steering wheel. The gas station lights flickered once more, and I caught a movement near the edge of the property, a shadow slipping behind a cluster of bushes. My breath caught, and I blinked hard. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe I was just tired. but Eddie's warning echoed in my mind. Desperate types. Probing the night. I fumbled with the key, trying to shake the sense of unease that had settled over me like a second skin. As I pulled back onto the highway, the station shrinking behind me, I couldn't help but glance in the rearview mirror. For a moment, I thought I saw a figure standing just beyond the reach of the yellow light, watching. The road stretched out ahead, dark and endless. And somehow, I felt like the real danger wasn't behind me. It was something I hadn't quite seen yet. The radio crackled softly, a faint static breaking the silence that had grown too heavy. My grip tightened on the steering wheel, knuckles pale in the dim glow of the dashboard. Every mile seemed to stretch longer, the trees lining the highway like silent sentinels, their shadows weaving a tapestry of mystery and menace. I tried to focus on the road ahead, but the feeling of being watched clung stubbornly to my skin. Ahead, a flicker of movement caught my eye, too quick to be a deer, too deliberate to dismiss. Heart hammering, I slowed slightly, scanning the roadside. Nothing. Just the quiet hum of the night and the persistent hum of unanswered questions pressing down on me. I kept driving. I pulled off at the next exit, a small town marked only by a faded sign and a scattering of dimly lit storefronts. The air was colder here, sharper, carrying the faint smell of wet earth and something else, something metallic and sour I couldn't place. I parked outside a rundown cafe, the kind of place where the neon sign buzzed unevenly and the windows were streaked with grime. Inside, the dull murmur of a late-night crowd and clinking dishes offered a strange comfort. I ordered coffee, black, no sugar. The bitter taste spread across my tongue, grounding me a bit. I sat near the window, eyes tracing the empty street beyond, watching for any sign of movement. A stray dog padded past, its ribs prominent beneath a matted coat, then disappeared into the shadows. The clerk's warning echoed in my mind, the desperate, homeless people lurking nearby. But who were they? What did they want? And why had the clerk seemed so convinced I needed to leave immediately? I pulled out my phone, but no signal. Typical for this stretch of nowhere. My fingers tapped against the screen, frustration building. I thought about the clerk again. He'd said something else, something about a plan, something he seemed almost afraid to say aloud. I brushed it off at first, but now it settled like a stone in my stomach. He knew more. The cafe door swung open, and a cold gust swept inside. A group shuffled in, 3 or 4 people, layered in worn clothes, faces half hidden beneath hoods and scarves. Their eyes flicked around nervously, resting briefly on me before turning away. I didn't want to stare, but I couldn't stop myself. There was something deliberate in their movements, a tension that didn't belong to casual strangers passing through. One of them, a woman, maybe in her 30s, with sharp eyes, caught my gaze. She said nothing, just held it. For a moment, I wondered if she recognized me. Or maybe she knew why I was here. My throat tightened. I looked away, pretending to study the chipped paint on the window frame. I wanted to ask the cafe owner about them, but he was nowhere to be seen. The place felt emptier now, like everyone had slipped out the back door. The hum of the neon sign mixed with the faint buzz of an old refrigerator, creating a low, unsettling drone. The coffee warmth was fading fast. I stepped outside, the night hitting me like a wall, cold and thick. The street was quiet except for the distant bark of a dog and the occasional rustle of dry leaves skittering across the pavement. I pulled my jacket tighter around me. The sky was heavy with clouds, blotting out the stars. No moonlight to guide me. Something shifted in the shadows across the street. I caught it out of the corner of my eye, a figure moving just beyond the street lamp's reach. I blinked, and it was gone. My breath came shallow and fast. I glanced back toward the cafe, but the door remained closed. No sign of the group. Maybe I'd imagined it. But then the phone vibrated in my pocket. A text. From an unknown number. Don't trust the clerk. Cold sweat prickled at my temples. I pulled the phone out, heart hammering. The message was brief. No signature, no explanation. Just those 4 chilling words. I looked back down the road, the empty highway stretching into darkness. It wasn't just the homeless group I needed to worry about. It was the clerk's knowledge, his silence, his fear. Something he wasn't telling me. Something that made him want me gone before nightfall. My hands trembled. The wind picked up, carrying a faint, acrid smell, burnt rubber, maybe, or something worse. I could almost hear whispers on the breeze, urgent, warning. I knew I couldn't stay in one place. Not here. Not with the night closing in. But where to go? The road behind me felt like a trap, the road ahead swallowed by shadows. I was caught between 2 unknowns. And somewhere, just out of sight, the real danger was waiting. Watching. Planning. I slid back into the car, the seatbelt clicking into place, feeling heavier than before. The engine roared to life, but this time, the headlights seemed dimmer. As I pulled onto the highway, I realized that the night was no longer just a backdrop. It was a gathering storm. And I was right in the middle of it. The radio crackled, static tearing through the silence like a warning. I reached over, turning the dial, but all I got was a low, guttural hum. No music, no voices, just that eerie interference. My knuckles whitened on the steering wheel as the road stretched out, a ribbon of black beneath the pale moonlight barely filtering through the overcast sky. Every shadow seemed to twist, morphing into shapes just beyond my peripheral vision. Ahead, a faint glow flickered, taillights? Or something else? I hesitated, heart hammering, the instinct to flee battling the need to press on. The glow pulsed rhythmically, almost like a heartbeat, drawing me closer despite the pit growing in my stomach. Then, a figure stepped onto the road, silhouette sharp against the dim light. I slammed the brakes, the tires screaming in protest, but the car shuddered to a stop mere feet away. The figure didn't move or speak, just stood there, still as the night itself. My breath hitched. This was at the moment when the unseen became unmistakably real. The storm wasn't just around me now. It was inside, alive and watching. The figure on the road didn't move. I swallowed, trying to clear the sudden dryness in my mouth. The glow ahead, the taillights, flickered again, erratic like a candle struggling against a draft. Something about the way it pulsed felt deliberate, almost. Deliberate. Calculated. My heartbeat slowed, then quickened, a confusing rhythm that I couldn't place. I was caught between the instinct to run and the stubborn pull to understand. Then the figure shifted. Not toward me, but just a slight movement, a tilt of the head. That's when I noticed the eyes dark, intense, reflecting the faint light like twin coals. There was no malice in them, not exactly. But they weren't friendly either. They were tired, desperate, and something else, knowing. Like they'd been waiting for me. I tried to speak, voice brittle and small in the cold air. Who? What do you want? My words caught somewhere between a whisper and a plea. No answer. Just that steady hum again, vibrating through the car's frame. Then, almost imperceptibly, the figure stepped aside, revealing the road beyond. I blinked, confused. Was this an invitation? A warning? The only sound now was the distant bark of a dog, sharp and sudden, breaking the tension like a dropped glass. I eased off the brake, inching forward. The glow ahead flickered once more, this time brighter, like a signal. I gripped the wheel tighter, the leather rough and grounding beneath my fingers. The car rolled past the figure, who didn't flinch, didn't follow. I glanced in the rearview mirror, empty road. No one behind, no sign of the figure. Just darkness swallowing the roadside. The highway stretched ahead, endless and empty under the overcast sky, the moon a pale witness to everything. But the feeling of being watched didn't leave. It clung to me, a weight pressing against my ribs. I should have kept going. I should have driven straight through the night, past whatever this was. But the gas station clerk's words echoed in my mind, relentless and insistent. They've been seen around here. Desperate people. Dangerous. At the time, I shrugged it off, paranoia from a lonely soul stuck in a dead-end job. But now, something told me there was more to it. Much more. Half an hour later, I found myself pulling over again, this time at a rundown rest stop barely marked on the map. The building was nothing but a peeling shell, windows boarded up, the smell of damp wood and stale air pressing in. I stepped out, the gravel crunching beneath my shoes, the cold night air biting at my skin. I needed answers. Or at least a moment to think. That's when I saw them. A cluster of figures huddled near the far edge of the parking lot, faces obscured by shadows and ragged coats. They didn't move much, just swayed, murmured in low tones that drifted on the wind. My stomach tightened. The group from the clerk's warning. Homeless, yes, but something about them felt wrong, not the usual lost souls you pass on the street, but something sharper, more focused. I wanted to turn away, to get back in the car and pretend none of this was real. But then, a voice cut through the night from the rest stop's darkened entrance. You shouldn't be here. The gas station clerk stepped out from the shadows, eyes glinting with a mix of fear and something darker. They're not just hungry or cold. They've been planning. Watching. Waiting for the right moment. I blinked, trying to process his words. Planning what? He hesitated. Looked around, then leaned in close, voice dropping to a whisper that sent chills through me. They want control. Not just scraps or shelter. Control of the road, the people who pass through. They've been desperate for too long. And desperation makes people dangerous. A chill ran down my spine, colder than the night air. I wanted to ask more, to understand how he knew, but the look in his eyes warned me off. He wasn't just scared, he was invested. Like this wasn't the first time he'd faced them, like he'd been part of this grim dance longer than I realized. The figures in the distance stirred, shifting closer to the building's edge. The clerk's gaze flicked toward them, sharp and urgent. You can't stay. Not here. Not tonight. But I was already rooted to the spot, the weight of the situation pressing down. The road behind me was dark and empty, but somehow it felt like there was no escape anymore. Every direction seemed to narrow, closing in like the walls of a trap. Why me? I finally asked, voice barely audible. Why tell me all this? His eyes locked with mine, steady and unflinching. Because you're already part of it. Whether you like it or not. The meaning hit me like a fist. I was no longer a stranger passing through. I was caught in something bigger, something I couldn't outrun. The gas station, the figures, the hum on the radio, it wasn't coincidence. It was a web, and I was tangled in the middle. Behind me, the figures stepped forward, their murmurs rising into a low chant, not loud enough to understand but heavy with purpose. The night thickened, and the flickering glow from the road pulsed again, steady, relentless. I glanced back to the clerk. What do they want from me? He exhaled slowly, eyes distant. Everything. And nothing. The words didn't clarify, they only added to the suffocating sense of doom settling over the rest stop. I wanted to argue, to fight, to run, but the truth was clear. The road ahead was gone. The past was a fading line in the dust. I'd crossed the point of no return. The night closed in. The hum grew louder, matching the pounding in my chest. Outside, the figures moved with purpose, shadows merging into one. I was trapped. But the real question was, what came next? The night wasn't just dark anymore. I stayed close to the counter, eyes darting between the door and the clerk. His face was pale, the lines around his mouth sharper than before, like he hadn't slept in weeks. His fingers tapped a restless rhythm on the chipboard beneath the register. I wanted to ask what everything and nothing meant, but the words stuck in my throat. Whatever that was, it wasn't something simple or clean. Outside, the murmurs twisted into something louder, more insistent. Not quite a chant anymore, more like a gathering storm, voices rising and falling like the swell of waves. I pressed my forehead against the cool glass of the window. The figures had edged closer, their shapes melding into a single mass just beyond the flickering glow of the street lamp. Their faces were turned toward the gas station, but their eyes seemed to look past it, beyond me. Something in the way they moved, slow, deliberate, made my stomach tighten. The clerk leaned in, voice barely above a whisper. They're not just looking for shelter. They want to break in. Not for food or warmth. For control. His eyes scanned the room, as if expecting the shadows to leap at him. They've been planning this for weeks. Control. The word hung in the stale air, heavy and impossible to shake. I swallowed hard, tasting the metallic tang of fear. Why me? Why this place? He shook his head, frustration flickering in his eyes. You don't get it. You're part of it now, whether you like it or not. They need someone to open the door. Someone who's already inside. That was when the radio crackled sharply, cutting through the silence. The static shifted, and amid the white noise, I thought I heard a voice, faint and broken, open, open, open. I blinked. The clerk's eyes locked on mine, sharp and unblinking. You heard it too. His hand hovered near the emergency exit button behind the counter. If they get in, it's not just me or you. It's the whole stretch of road. They spread. Spread like a sickness. The thought made my skin crawl. I glanced back at the door. A shadow moved just beyond the glass, a figure stepping forward, the outline blurred by the rain that had started to fall. Light hit wet asphalt, reflecting the flicker of the street lamp in jagged shards. The figures outside weren't just waiting anymore. They were testing the boundaries. Pushing. My hands trembled. I tried to steady my breath, but the cold air I'd sucked in felt tight in my chest. I wanted to refuse, to walk out and leave this nightmare behind. But I couldn't. That part of me, the part that still clung to reason, knew the road behind me was gone. The past was dust, and the future was a locked door. The clerk's voice cut through my spiraling thoughts. There's a back room. Storage. I've kept it locked, but I can open it. It's small, barely enough space, but it's safe. For now. I nodded, swallowing the lump in my throat. Safe how? He didn't answer right away. Instead, he moved toward a door behind the counter, his footsteps muffled against the cracked linoleum. His hand lingered on the doorknob, hesitant. Because they don't know about it. Not yet. But they will. The door creaked open, revealing a cramped space stacked with dusty cans and boxes. The air inside was cooler, tinged with the faint scent of rust and old oil. I stepped in, the rough concrete floor biting through my soles. The clerk followed, locking the door behind us. Silence. Complete silence. For a moment, I let myself imagine the morning sun breaking through the thick clouds, the nightmare dissolving like mist. but the steady thump of footsteps and muffled voices beyond the door shattered that fragile hope. "Why are you here?" I whispered, barely audible. The clerk didn't answer. Instead, he pulled a threadbare jacket from the pile of supplies and handed it to me. "You're going to need this." I stared at the jacket, its fabric worn thin, the smell of smoke and sweat clinging to it. I wanted to ask more, but the questions dried up. Whatever was coming, it wasn't something words could fix. Then, a sudden crash from outside, the sharp crack of glass breaking. My stomach lurched. The murmurs turned into shouts, a rising tide of anger and desperation. "They're trying to get in," the clerk said, voice tight. I pressed my back against the cold wall, the rough plaster scraping against my skin. The room felt smaller, the air thicker. The hum from the radio took on a new urgency, like a heartbeat speeding up. "Why do you know all this?" I demanded, voice trembling. "How do you know what they're planning?" He looked at me then, eyes dark and unreadable. "Because I've been waiting for it. For them. For this moment. And because sometimes, the monsters you fear aren't the ones outside the door." That hit harder than any shout or crash. I swallowed again, the taste bitter and metallic. The clerk's words weren't just a warning, they were a confession. Outside, the pounding grew louder. The lock on the door rattled under repeated force. I could hear breaths, ragged and desperate, pressed against the thin wood. I closed my eyes, trying to make sense of the chaos swirling around me. Then a voice, low, urgent, unmistakable, cut through the noise. "Open up. We don't want to hurt you. Just open." I opened my eyes and looked at the clerk. His face was calm now, eerily so, as if he'd been waiting for this moment all along. "Open it," he said softly. My hand shook violently. "No! I'm not opening that door." He smiled, a small, sad twist of his lips. "You don't have a choice." The lock clicked. The door swung open just a crack. A cold wind rushed in, carrying with it the smell of wet earth and something darker, something I couldn't name. The figures stood there, faces half hidden in shadows, eyes gleaming with a hunger that made my skin crawl. And then, the clerk stepped aside. There was no turning back now. The door creaked fully open, the cold night air sliding in like a living thing, sharp, damp, and smelling of dirt churned up by rain. The clerk didn't flinch. He just stepped aside, a quiet invitation in his posture, like he was opening a door to something inevitable. I wanted to scream at him, ask why he'd been so strange all night, why he'd known more than he was willing to say. But the noise outside swallowed my voice. The group spilled in, a mix of ragged clothes and desperate faces. They were mostly young, though some had the hollow cheeks and sunken eyes of long hardship. A woman with a threadbare jacket and a face streaked with dirt looked at me, her gaze steady and sharp. I caught a glimpse of something in her eyes, not menace, but exhaustion, a kind of pleading. It was like they were all waiting for permission or for a reason to break free from whatever had held them outside in the cold. Still, the sense of danger didn't come from them. It came from the clerk. He moved behind the counter, his hands flat on the chipped surface, and spoke in a low voice to someone nearby. I couldn't catch the words, but his tone was calm, almost clinical. It was as if he'd rehearsed this moment, like he'd been waiting for the right time to let this small chaos unfold. And that made my skin crawl. I edged toward the door, hoping to slip past unnoticed, but the woman caught my movement. "You can't leave," she said softly. "Not yet." Her voice was rough but not unkind. It was the kind of voice shaped by too many nights spent outside, by hunger and cold and fear. "We need to talk." I swallowed hard. The clerk's eyes flicked to mine, sharp and unreadable. I wanted to ask him why he'd warned me, why he'd been so insistent I leave, but the words tangled in my throat. The woman stepped forward, holding out a hand stained with dirt and something darker, maybe old paint, maybe dried blood. "There's more going on here than just us trying to get shelter," she said. "You don't know what he's done." The clerk's jaw tightened. "You don't know the whole story," he said, voice low and steady. "None of you do." A silence settled over the room, heavy and suffocating, broken only by the distant hum of the highway and the dull thud of rain against the metal roof. I realized then that I was no longer an outsider. I was part of this strange, fragile ecosystem, caught between the desperate group and the man who'd been their reluctant gatekeeper. The woman's eyes bore into mine. "He's been keeping us out, but not because he's afraid. Because he's afraid of what we'll find inside." I frowned. "What do you mean?" She glanced at the clerk, then back at me. "This place, he's been using it. Not just as a gas station. There's things hidden here. Things that don't belong to any of us. Things that make him dangerous in ways we can't fight." The clerk shook his head, almost smiling. "You don't understand. I'm protecting everyone. You think this is about shelter? It's not. It's about control." For a moment, the room seemed to shrink, the walls pressing in with the weight of truths half revealed. I looked at the clerk, then at the group, and realized how thin the line was between predator and prey. Not one of them was safe, not with what the clerk knew, and not with what he was willing to do to keep it hidden. Hours passed like this, tension coiling tighter with every word exchanged, every glance sharpened by fear and suspicion. The rain slowed, the sky lightened to a bruised gray, but inside the gas station, the air remained thick with unspoken threats. Eventually, I found myself leaning against the counter, the rough wood grounding me as I tried to piece together what I'd learned. The group wasn't just homeless or desperate. They were survivors, pushed to the margins, trying to expose something the clerk had swallowed whole, something that had twisted his quiet vigilance into something almost sinister. When the first faint blush of dawn crept through the grimy windows, the group moved toward the door. The woman looked at me one last time. "You have to decide what side you're on," she said quietly. "This isn't over." The clerk watched them leave without a word, his face unreadable. I realized then that the real danger wasn't just the group or the night outside. It was the secret the clerk carried, an invisible weight that had shaped every moment I'd spent here. I stepped outside as the sun rose, the cold morning air biting at my skin. The highway stretched out before me, empty and indifferent. I wanted to leave, to forget this night, but a knot of unease settled in my chest. I knew the echoes of what I'd seen would follow me, silent and persistent. Driving away, I caught my reflection in the rearview mirror, tired, wary, changed. I couldn't tell if I was running from the threat or toward it, but one thing was clear: the gas station, the clerk, the group, they weren't just part of a story I'd stumbled into. They were reminders of a world fraying at the edges, where fear and control danced in shadows, and the line between safety and danger was razor thin. I didn't look back. But I didn't forget either. The road ahead was long, and the night had taught me that sometimes the scariest things weren't the ones you could see, but the ones you couldn't escape. Story 2, Vanishing Light, the sudden cold fog. I had never been good at estimating time on these hikes. I paused on a flat rock, pulling off my backpack and wiping the sweat from my brow. My shirt clung to my back, soaked through from the morning's exertion. The sun was fierce, almost too bright. I shaded my eyes and looked up at the sky. Blue, clear, no hint of clouds. Perfect day. I told myself that at least 10 times as I pulled out my water bottle and took a long swallow. The cold water was a relief, but I could taste the dust on my tongue. Halfway there, I muttered, though it felt more like an encouragement than a fact. I glanced at my watch, just past noon. If I kept this pace, I'd reach the cabin by late afternoon. Plenty of time to settle in before nightfall. I slung the pack back on and started moving again, boots crunching on dry leaves and twigs. The trail narrowed here, winding between thick stands of fir and spruce. The forest floor was littered with last season's needles, soft but dry. The smell shifted subtly, something wetter, colder. I stopped again, sniffing the air. Fog? No, that didn't make sense. The sun was still beating down. I shook my head. Maybe I was imagining things. Fatigue plays tricks on you out here. Still, the temperature was dropping. I zipped my jacket halfway up, the sudden chill biting through the fabric like an unexpected wind. My breath came out in little puffs. Odd. I glanced around. The trees looked the same, the trail no different. But everything felt quieter. Too quiet. It was then I heard the first sound. A faint crack, like a branch snapping, off to my right. I froze. The forest held its breath with me. I waited, heart thudding so hard it felt like it might burst through my ribs. Nothing else. No rustling, no footsteps, just silence. I cursed under my breath. Probably a deer or a squirrel. I've been spooked by worse. I took a few steps forward, trying to shake the unease crawling up my spine. The sunlight was dimming, almost as if a cloud had passed overhead. But the sky was still blue, right? I looked up again. No clouds. No shadows. Just a kind of haze creeping in from the east. Thin, but spreading fast. I stopped. The air felt colder now, colder than before, like the kind of cold that seeps into your bones without warning. My fingers tingled, and I rubbed them together, hoping for warmth. The scent of damp earth replaced the dry pine, a musty smell like what leaves left to rot. It was out of place here, so far from the river. I glanced over my shoulder, half expecting to see fog rolling down the hill behind me. Nope. Just the trail disappearing into the trees. I started walking again, quicker this time, feeling a growing knot of tension tighten in my gut. The fog, or whatever it was spreading, thickening around the trunks of the trees. I could barely see a few feet ahead now. The sun was gone, swallowed by this creeping cold. My breath came out in steady little clouds, and I hunched my shoulders against the chill. I told myself to stay calm. It was just weather shifting. Happens all the time in the mountains. No big deal. But the weirdest part was that the fog didn't feel natural. Not like the mist you get when morning dew meets sunlight. This was sharper, colder, almost deliberate. Like someone had poured a bucket of cold water over the world and left it to freeze solid in place. I stopped again when I heard voices. Low, muffled, almost indistinguishable. I couldn't make out words, just the cadence of conversation. I held my breath, straining to listen. My skin prickled with that familiar, slow-burning dread. The voices were close, too close, and coming from the left, where the trail veered into a small clearing I hadn't seen on the map. I debated turning back. But the thought of retracing my steps through this fog in this cold felt worse. I wasn't sure I even wanted to be anywhere else. Hello? My voice sounded small, swallowed by the thick air. No answer. Just that low hum of voices, like a radio playing somewhere far away, but distorted and cracked. I took out my phone. No signal. Of course. The mountains always killed reception. I tried again, tapping the screen, hoping for a miracle. Nothing. That's when the temperature plunged again. My teeth chattered involuntarily. The fog thickened until I could barely see my hands in front of me. The voices stopped. Silence. Complete silence. I was starting to feel disoriented. The trail seemed to twist beneath my feet, the familiar landmarks swallowed up. I reached out to touch a tree, rough bark against my palm, cold and damp. A shiver ran through me. The wind picked up, carrying with it a faint smell of smoke. Not campfire smoke. Something acrid. Burning plastic or rubber, maybe? I wrinkled my nose, trying to place it. I listened. Nothing but the wind playing through the branches and my own ragged breathing. Then, from somewhere nearby, a branch fell. Not snapped by wind, but dropped. Like someone had released it on purpose. I spun around. Nothing. My heart hammered against my ribs so hard I thought it might echo through the forest. I tried to tell myself it was just nerves, that I'd been out here alone before, and it had never felt like this. But it did. I took a shaky step forward, squinting through the fog. The trail was gone. Where the path should have curved left, there was only white nothingness. I reached again toward the trees on my right, but the trunks seemed to lean in, close enough to touch. I felt trapped. The sun had been blazing minutes ago, now this freezing fog had rolled in, thick and suffocating. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching me. Someone who wanted me to stay right where I was. I swallowed hard. There was a crackle behind me, soft but deliberate. I whirled around. Nothing. Just fog. And the sound of footsteps. The footsteps stopped. I wanted to call out, to break the quiet, but my voice stuck in my chest, raw and uncertain. Instead, I shifted my weight, the crushed leaves beneath my boots crackling just loud enough to feel like a betrayal. That's when I noticed it, a faint, metallic scent mixing with the damp earth and pine. Like rust and blood, but not fresh blood. Old, dried, like the forest was holding on to something it didn't want me to find. I swallowed hard. This was no longer a random hike gone wrong. Someone had been here. Someone who knew the land better than I did, who could drop branches without making a sound, who could wrap the sun in fog like a cloak and hide the path I'd been following. I rubbed my arms, the cold seeping in through the thin jacket I'd foolishly worn on a day that had started blazing hot. I tried to think back. I'd passed a small clearing an hour ago, the kind where sunlight dappled the moss in gold, and there had been tire tracks old but unmistakable. I'd assumed it was from a logging crew, or maybe some off-roaders. But now, with this sudden shift in weather and the way the forest seemed to lean in on me, I wasn't so sure. Those tracks might have been left by whoever was out here now. The fog was thickening, but I forced myself to move forward, hands brushing against wet leaves and rough bark. The path was still gone, swallowed completely by the mist. I reached into my backpack, fingers fumbling for the small compass I'd packed. It was a cheap thing, a gift from my brother, but it had never failed me before. The needle spun wildly, then settled pointing east toward the cabin. Good. I thought. East. But then the sound came again. A soft scrape, like something dragging lightly over bark, maybe a shoe catching on a root. I stopped, heart slamming into my ribs. The fog suddenly seemed colder, denser, pressing against me like a living thing. I told myself to stay calm, to think clearly. The forest was big. I was small. And whatever was out here had to be human. I called out, voice rough and low, "Hello? Is someone there?" No answer. Only the faint rustling of leaves and the distant call of a hawk, sharp and mournful. I stepped forward, trying to keep my voice steady. "Look, I don't want any trouble. I'm just trying to get to the cabin." There was a pause. Long enough for me to doubt my own words. Then a voice floated through the fog, low and deliberate, just beyond the reach of sight. You shouldn't be here. I froze, the words sinking in like icy water. The voice wasn't threatening, exactly. No anger. No malice. Just warning. A soft, cold echo that seemed to come from everywhere at once. Who's there? I asked, swallowing the lump in my throat. Silence. Then the footsteps again, faint and slow, moving away this time. I wanted to follow, to chase the voice, but the fog was a wall. I couldn't see more than a few feet ahead. Instead, I turned east, trusting the compass, and pushed forward, step by cautious step. The trees thinned out gradually, and I caught sight of the cabin's roofline just as the fog began to lift. Relief washed over me, but it was short-lived. The door was slightly ajar, swinging gently with the breeze. Not how I'd left it, or how I thought I'd find it. My hands trembled as I reached out to close it, but a sudden noise stopped me, a low murmur, like whispered conversation, coming from inside. Two voices, calm but urgent. I pressed my ear to the rough wood, straining to catch the words. Did you see her? Not yet. She's close though. The fog's our friend. She's not leaving this time. I stepped back, heart pounding so loudly I was sure they heard it. The realization hit me full force. I wasn't just lost. I was being hunted. I needed to think fast. Running blindly would only lead me deeper into whatever trap was set. But staying meant waiting for them to make the next move. I scanned the perimeter. The cabin was old, weathered, but solid. Windows with cracked panes, a porch sagging on one side. I spotted a pile of firewood stacked haphazardly and a rusted lantern hanging near the door, its glass flickering weakly in the shifting light. I grabbed the lantern, shaking it until the flame steadied. The warmth was a small comfort against the creeping cold that had settled in my bones. I whispered to myself, okay. Think. My mind raced through possibilities. Who were they? What did they want? And why manipulate the weather like this? The fog felt deliberate, a curtain drawn tight to keep me inside, to cut me off from help. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed nearby, branches breaking underfoot. Someone was moving toward the cabin again. I ducked behind the firewood pile, pressing my back against the rough bark of the cabin wall. My breath came out in shallow clouds. The lantern's flame flickered wildly, casting shadows that danced like ghosts. A figure appeared, stepping through the mist. Tall, wearing a dark jacket that blended with the forest. The face was obscured by a hood, but I caught the glint of eyes, sharp, calculating. They paused, looking around as if searching for something or someone. I held my breath, every muscle tense. Then the figure turned and vanished back into the fog. I waited a long time before daring to move, fingers clenched tightly around the lantern's handle. The sun was dipping lower now, the temperature dropping with it. I couldn't stay outside much longer. Inside the cabin, the air was stale but dry. I slipped the door closed behind me and locked it with a shaky hand, though I knew it wouldn't hold for long. I needed to find anything that could help me understand who or what I was dealing with. I rifled through the cabin's few drawers and shelves, finding little beyond a dusty journal, a cracked cell phone with a dead battery, and a map pinned to the wall. The map caught my attention. Scrawled in the margins were notes, times, and symbols I couldn't quite decipher. But what stood out was the area marked in red, this very forest, with an X over a spot just a few miles from here. I traced the line with my finger, feeling a sudden chill that had nothing to do with the cold air. The X was close enough that whoever was out there could circle back any time. Close enough to trap me. I flipped through the journal. The entries were sporadic, often rambling, mentioning someone named M, and warnings about the trap closing. The last entry was dated just a week ago. My heart thudded in my chest. Someone had been here recently. Someone who knew the danger. I sank onto the creaking wooden floor, the lantern casting long shadows. I wasn't alone. And I couldn't leave. Not yet. The storm was gathering. And it wasn't just in the weather. The lantern's flicker cast long, trembling shadows on the cabin's cracked floorboards, and I sat there, the journal open in my lap, my fingers tracing the jagged handwriting. Trap closing. The words echoed in my mind like a warning bell. Whoever M was, they hadn't just stumbled into something, they'd been hunted, or worse, involved. The air was thick with the smell of damp wood and old paper, but beneath that was something fouler, like stale sweat mixed with the faint, acrid tang of burnt rubber. I swallowed hard, realizing the place wasn't just abandoned. It was staged. Set up for someone to find or to lose themselves in. I glanced back at the map pinned to the wall. The red X was a sharp, angry slash on the faded paper, weighted with menace. A spot just a few miles from here, deep in the forest's chokehold. The scribbled notes around it, times, symbols, cryptic words, felt less like directions and more like a countdown. The cabin's silence felt suffocating now, pressing in with the cold that had crept inside my bones since the fog rolled in. I needed to move. But where? The forest outside was a ghostly maze, the thick mist swallowing sound and light alike. I could barely see the tree trunks 20 feet ahead. The sun, which had burned down mercilessly just hours before, was now nowhere to be found. I pressed my hands against the rough wooden walls, trying to ground myself. The journal's last entry was a desperate plea: don't trust him, don't trust the weather, don't try to leave, but it made no sense. Someone was manipulating everything, but why? And how had the writer escaped, if they had at all? The cabin door creaked. I jerked my head toward the sound, heart hammering. No wind tonight. No branches scraping. Just the door, shifting slowly as if pushed by an invisible hand. I stood up, every nerve screaming to run, but the fog outside was impenetrable. If I stepped out now, I'd vanish into a thick, cold blankness. I could almost taste the chill in the air, biting at my skin through the thin fabric of my shirt. I forced myself to open the cracked cell phone, hoping for a miracle. No signal. Dead battery. Nothing. The cabin was a fortress of silence. I realized then, the real threat wasn't lurking just outside. It was whoever had set this trap, and I was already caught. I paced the room, tracing the journal's pages again. The entries were full of paranoid scribbles, references to shadows moving, voices in the mist, the trap tightening. The writer had been watching someone, or something, and had written warnings in a frantic, almost illegible scrawl. I could feel the panic rising in my chest, sharp and raw. Suddenly, a faint sound broke the stillness, a low, rhythmic tapping. At first, I thought it was a trick of the fog, but it was real. Deliberate. Coming from the woods, just beyond the cabin's small window. I froze. The tapping grew louder, sharper, like someone knocking on a hollow tree trunk. Or maybe on the cabin wall. I moved to the window, pressing my forehead against the cold glass. The fog swirled thickly outside, distorted shapes shifting just beyond sight. The tapping stopped. Silence. Complete silence. Then a whisper, too faint to make out, but unmistakably human. My breath caught in my throat. I wasn't alone. I stepped back, heart pounding. The journal's warnings weren't ghosts or myths. They were real. Someone was out there, watching, waiting. Someone who knew this forest and the cabin inside and out. Someone who wanted to make sure I didn't leave. I looked down at the journal again, then at the map. The red X marked a place I hadn't yet dared approach. But if this was a game, if the trap was closing, I had no choice but to face it. The path forward was no longer a choice. It was a point of no return. I grabbed the map and the journal, stuffing them into my backpack. I pulled on my jacket, the cold had seeped through my bones, and stepped toward the door. My hands trembled, not from the cold, but from the certainty that I was being hunted, that every step I took was watched. Outside, the fog pressed in like a living thing, swallowing sound and light. The forest was a maze of shadows and whispers. I could hear branches snapping somewhere behind me, slow, deliberate. I didn't look back. With every breath, the cold bit sharper, the dampness clung deeper. The forest was no longer just a place to cross. It was a trap itself, a maze designed by someone who knew exactly how to bend the weather, the woods, and the silence to their will. I moved forward, knowing I'd crossed the line. Whatever awaited at the red X, there was no turning back. The trap was closing, and I was right in the middle of it. My heart pounded in rhythm with the shadows stretching between the trees. The faintest rustle drew my eyes to a patch of darkness where moonlight failed to reach. I forced myself to steady my nerves, to think beyond the fear. Whatever haunted me wasn't just patient, it was waiting for me to make the next mistake. Stepping lightly, I slowed my pace, blending with the night, hoping the trap had a fault I could exploit. The cold pressed in from all sides like a living thing, clawing at my skin through every layer. My hands trembled, not from the cold but from a sudden surge of adrenaline. I wasn't imagining this. I couldn't be. The weather had changed impossibly fast. One moment the sun had been baking my neck, the next the temperature had plummeted, and now the fog clung like wet wool. It was deliberate. Someone was orchestrating all of this, twisting the environment to trap me. But who? And why? The question spun in my head, frantic and unanswered. I swallowed hard, tasting the metallic tang of tension on my tongue. There was no sign of the red X anymore, no trail markers, nothing but the oppressive gray that blurred my vision and the endless maze of trees. My breath steamed in the cold air, each exhale a ghostly wisp fading too quickly. The wind shifted, carrying a faint scent of pine mixed with something else. Smoke? No, that was wrong. It smelled acrid, like burnt rubber or chemicals. I wrinkled my nose, uneasy. Who's there? I called out, my voice a brittle crack against the silence. No answer. Only the forest's quiet reply, a distant, hollow echo that might have been an owl or a coyote. Or maybe the thing watching me from the shadows. I took a step forward, then another. The fog thickened, closing in until I could barely see my own hands in front of me. The cold seeped deeper, settling in my bones, stubborn and unyielding. My legs felt like lead, every movement a battle against the creeping numbness. I wanted to stop, to find shelter. But where? The cabin was supposed to be just ahead, a refuge. Instead, it had become a mirage, swallowed by the mist. Suddenly, a flicker of light blinked between the trees. A flashlight? No, it was too irregular, like a candle's flame struggling against the damp. My heart hammered in my chest, a drumbeat of warning. I crouched behind a gnarled root, the bark rough against my palms, and peered out. The light danced again, closer this time, weaving between the trunks like a ghost. Hello? I whispered, voice trembling. I'm lost. Please, I just want to get out. No answer. The light vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. I swallowed back a rising panic. This wasn't accidental anymore. Someone was here. Watching me. Playing with me. The thought made my skin crawl, a cold sweat breaking out despite the chill. I tried to steady my breathing, slow it down, but the rhythm was broken, too fast, too shallow. My fingers clenched and unclenched, nails biting into the palms of my hands. I couldn't trust the fog, the trees, or the silence. The whole forest was a trap. A snapping sound to my right jolted me. I whipped my head around, heart in my throat. A figure stepped into view, half hidden by the mist. I couldn't make out a face, only the outline, tall, still, watching. "Who are you?" I demanded, voice louder now, shaking but firm. "What do you want?" No reply. Just a faint rustle of fabric as the figure moved closer, slow and deliberate. My mind raced, searching for a way out. But the fog was a wall. I was cornered. Then, the figure spoke. Not with words, but with a voice over a small speaker clipped to their jacket. Distorted, mechanical, but unmistakably human. "You shouldn't have come here," it said. "It's not safe." I swallowed, heart pounding so hard it felt like it might burst through my ribs. "Safe? What do you mean?" "I just want to leave." The speaker crackled. "You can't. Not yet." A shiver ran down my spine, colder than the fog itself. The figure took another step forward. I could see now a pair of gloves, black and worn, and the faintest shimmer of sweat on their brow. "Why are you doing this?" I asked, voice barely above a whisper. The figure paused, then the speaker buzzed again. "Because no one should find this place. Not by accident." I blinked, confusion and fear knotting inside me. "Find what place?" The figure didn't answer. Instead, they turned and vanished into the mist, leaving only the echo of their footsteps. I stood frozen, the fog swirling around me like a living thing, suffocating and cold. I knew then I was deeper in the trap than I'd ever imagined. The cabin wasn't just shelter, it was a secret, and I was trespassing on something someone wanted buried. Panic threatened to overtake me, but I forced it down. I had to keep moving. Find the cabin. Find answers. Find a way out. The forest seemed to close tighter with every step, the fog thickening until the world was nothing but gray. My boots squelched in wet earth, the smell of decay and damp moss filling my nostrils. Somewhere nearby, water dripped steadily, a slow, relentless ticking that sounded like a countdown. Then, a sound. Not footsteps this time. A low humming, almost imperceptible, like a distant engine or maybe the buzz of a generator. It was faint, but it gave me hope. The cabin had to be close. I pushed forward, limbs aching, lungs burning, senses stretched to their limits. The fog thinned just enough to reveal the outline of a structure ahead, dark and squat against the night. Relief was immediate and overwhelming. But as I stepped closer, a sharp metallic scent filled the air. Not fresh or welcoming. Something old, rusted, and bitter. The door was ajar, swinging slightly on cracked hinges in the cold wind. My fingers brushed the rough wood, splintered and damp. Inside, the faint hum grew louder, accompanied by the click of a switch. Light flickered on. The room was small, cramped, with outdated furniture covered in dust and a layer of frost. On a table sat a radio, static buzzing faintly through the speakers. The walls were lined with maps, some marked with red circles and X's, the very same symbols I'd seen on the trail. I stepped inside, heart pounding, and the door slammed shut behind me. The temperature dropped further, the fog seeping in like smoke through the cracks. I was trapped. Then the radio crackled to life, a voice cutting through the static. "You made it." I spun around, searching for the source. The voice was calm, almost amused. But it was everywhere, coming from the speakers, the walls, the very air. "I'm sorry you had to find out this way." But now that you're here, there's no turning back. My breath caught. The trap had closed. The game was no longer just about survival, it was about knowing too much. And I wasn't sure I wanted to know the rest. The fog had finally lifted. I noticed it first when the distant pines, which had vanished hours ago into a gray blur, suddenly sharpened against the sky like a photo coming into focus after being left out too long in the rain. The sun broke through in thin, trembling rays, casting an uneven light onto the cabin's weathered wooden planks. I stood on the porch, my breath still shallow, hands trembling so badly I couldn't hold the flask steady. The cold had seeped into me, bone deep, but the sharp clarity of the air now crisp, with the faint scent of pine resin and damp earth, was a kind of relief I hadn't dared imagine since I'd first started this damned hike. I wanted to believe I was finally free. But freedom, I realized, was more complicated than just stepping out of the fog. The whole day had unfolded like a slow, cruel game, sunlight baking my neck one minute, then freezing mist thick enough to choke the trees the next. I kept thinking how unnatural it felt, as if someone was watching, turning a dial on the weather just so I couldn't find my way back. I know how that sounds. Crazy, even. But there was something in the way the fog appeared and disappeared. No natural pattern, no wind to stir it, no build-up of clouds, just sudden, deliberate shifts. I told myself it was the mountain's mood swings. Maybe it was. But I couldn't shake the feeling someone had been there, waiting in the spaces between sun and fog, tracking me. When I first saw the cabin, half buried in shadow, I thought it would be the end of it. Shelter. Safety. Instead, it was the beginning of something else, the waiting, the watching, the silence that wasn't quite empty. Inside, the air was stale and smelled faintly of mildew and old wood smoke, like the ghost of someone's long-ago fire. The floor creaked underfoot, each step a reminder that I wasn't alone here, even if no one showed themselves. I spent hours barricaded inside, listening to the shifting weather outside, trying to convince myself I was safe. But the fog had a way of pressing against the windows, thick and cold, and I could hear it whispering through the cracks in the walls. I'm not sure why I listened. Maybe it was the loneliness, or the way my mind kept looping through every detail, every shadow, every noise, every fleeting glimpse of movement just beyond the tree line. At one point, I thought I heard a voice. Not loud, just a murmur carried on the fog's breath. I pressed my ear against the wall, heart hammering, but nothing came again. Maybe it was just the wind or my imagination. I told myself that over and over. Still, I couldn't stop looking over my shoulder, expecting to see someone step out of the gray. The night was the worst. The fog thickened once more, swallowing the cabin whole, and the temperature plunged. I wrapped myself in every piece of clothing I had, but the cold wasn't just physical anymore, it was a hollow ache that settled behind my ribs. The silence was complete, except for the soft scrape of branches against the window panes. I tried to sleep, but the shadows moved too much, and I kept imagining eyes watching from the gloom. I'm not proud of it, but I talked to myself, muttering nonsense to break the silence, to convince my mind I was still in control. By morning, I knew I couldn't wait any longer. The fog was thinning, but the cold lingered, and my limbs felt like they'd forgotten how to move. I stepped outside, the rough wood of the porch cold beneath my boots, and looked back at the trail. It was faint, just a narrow line where the grass had been pressed down. No footprints. No sign that anyone else had passed this way. I took a deep breath, tasting the sharp, clean air, and started walking. Each step was slow, deliberate. The forest was quieter than I remembered, almost too quiet. No birdsong, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush, just the soft crunch of my boots on the needles and leaves. I kept glancing behind me, expecting to see the fog creeping back in, or worse, someone following. But there was only the trees. Tall, silent, and indifferent. When I finally reached the main road, The sun was high and warm again, and a car passed by, kicking up a cloud of dust. I waved my arms, shouting, and it slowed. The driver's face was kind but wary, the way people look when you show up out of nowhere, wild-eyed and disheveled, in the middle of nowhere. "Are you okay?" she asked. I nodded, swallowing hard. "Yes. I think so." She didn't press. Just handed me a bottle of water and said, "Get someplace warm. You look like you've been through hell." I wanted to explain. About the fog. The cabin. The feeling that I'd been haunted by something, someone who didn't want me to leave. But the words stuck in my throat. Maybe some things don't make sense unless you've been there. Back in town, the warmth of the cafe was almost shocking. The smell of fresh coffee, the hum of quiet conversation, it was like stepping from a nightmare into a dream. I sat by the window, hands wrapped around a mug, and let the normalcy wash over me. Yet, part of me stayed on that mountain, in the fog and cold, watching and waiting. Afterward, I tried to piece it all together. The sudden weather shifts weren't natural, I was sure of that. But no one had explained how or why. The cabin was abandoned, or so I assumed, but the signs, those subtle hints of someone else, were impossible to ignore. A cigarette butt in the ashtray, a fresh coffee cup on the windowsill, footprints around the porch that couldn't have been mine. I thought about calling the ranger station, but I hesitated. What would I say? That someone was playing with the weather to trap me? That I'd been followed through the woods by a presence I couldn't see? They'd laugh me off, probably. I might have, too, before I lived it. In the end, I decided not to go back. If someone was out there, watching, maybe it was better to let the mountain keep its secrets. The experience changed me. I'm quieter now, more cautious. I've learned that sometimes danger isn't loud or cruel, it's patient. It waits in the spaces you don't notice, in the shifting fog and the sudden cold that creeps up your spine for no reason. It's in the silence that's not quite silent. But I'm still here. And that counts for something. Sometimes, late at night, I catch myself scanning the shadows outside my window, half expecting to see that same gray mist curling along the ground, waiting. I don't know if I'll ever feel truly safe again. But I've learned to live with that. And maybe that's enough. Story 3, Detour to the Forgotten, a bus beyond reality. The city never looked quite the same after dark, but that was nothing new. Or so I thought. That night felt ordinary enough when I stepped onto the bus around 10. The faded vinyl seats smelled faintly of damp fabric and last week's rain, and the bus driver, a gaunt man with a tired smile, nodded as I dropped my fare into the box. I found my usual seat near the back, where the window fogged up from the night chill, and pressed my palm against the glass while watching the city blur past. The hum of the engine, the scrape of tires on wet asphalt, it was all comfort. But soon, something didn't settle right. The bus didn't turn left onto Pine Street where it always did. Instead, it veered straight, sliding past a row of shuttered shops I didn't recognize. The streetlights flickered overhead, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the cracked pavement. I blinked hard, rubbing my eyes. Maybe I was just tired. "Excuse me," I said to the driver without turning around. "Is this the 42 route?" He didn't answer. Not a word. His hands gripped the wheel like he was steering through a storm only he could see. The bus rattled along, past buildings with peeling paint and windows boarded up haphazardly, some with graffiti tags that looked fresh, others faded into nonsense. I leaned forward, trying to catch a glimpse of a street sign. "Where exactly are we?" I asked again, voice low in case I was imagining things. No response. The usual chatter of passengers was missing, replaced by a heavy silence that pressed against my ears. I swallowed. The air smelled different, less like city crime and more like something stale and sour. Like an old basement left to rot. My stomach turned. At the next stop, a man got him wearing a threadbare jacket, his eyes darting nervously toward the back of the bus. I recognized him, or thought I did, maybe from the coffee shop a few blocks from my apartment, or the corner grocery. I nodded, but he didn't acknowledge me. Instead, he gripped the pole and stared straight ahead, lips tight. The bus rolled forward again, and the scenery grew stranger. Trees I knew had been cut down months ago were still standing, their branches scratching at cracked windows. Street signs bore names that sounded familiar but were spelled wrong, like some cruel parody: Main Street, Vineyard, Helmrud. I tried to pull out my phone, hoping for a GPS signal, but the screen stayed blank. No bars. Not even the little spinning wheel that meant searching. My fingers trembled as I tapped the screen again and again. Must be a dead zone, I muttered, but it felt like more than that. The man in the jacket finally spoke, his voice a low rasp. You don't live here, do you? I froze. No. I'm just... good. He gave a tight smile that didn't reach his eyes. Because no one lives here anymore. Not really. I looked out the window, wanting to say something, but the words caught in my throat. The streets had grown quieter, the buildings more dilapidated. The old bakery with its chipped sign was gone, replaced by a vacant lot overrun with weeds. A stray dog yipped somewhere far off, but no one answered. The bus lurched again, and I stumbled slightly, gripping the seat in front of me. The driver's eyes flicked briefly into the rearview mirror. For a split second, I caught a glimpse of something I didn't understand: fear? Or maybe just exhaustion. Where are we going? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. He didn't answer. Instead, the bus accelerated, taking a sharp turn down a narrow alleyway squeezed between two crumbling brick buildings. The walls closed in so tightly I could almost reach out and touch them both at once. The streetlights here were dim and yellow, casting an eerie glow that made the shadows longer, darker. I looked back at the man beside me. His gaze was fixed somewhere beyond the window, but when I caught his eye, he blinked, and for a moment, the mask slipped. Don't get off, he warned. Not here. My heart hammered in my chest, but I forced myself to nod. The bus stopped again. No one got on or off. The driver opened the doors for a moment, letting the stale air rush in. It smelled like dust and forgotten things. I glanced outside. The street was deserted, but the houses looked wrong, tilted at odd angles, their paint peeling in patterns I hadn't seen before. Across the street, a woman stood on her porch, staring. I squinted, recognizing her face from a block I passed every morning on my way to work. But she didn't wave, didn't smile. She just watched. And then she was gone. I rubbed my eyes and looked again. There was nothing but an empty porch and a flickering street lamp. Is this some kind of joke? I asked no one in particular. What's going on? The man in the jacket shook his head. It's not a joke. It's different. Every night, the bus takes a different path. Not the one you think you know. You get dropped off in places that look like home but aren't. And if you don't find the right stop, the one that leads back, well, you just disappear. I laughed, a hollow sound that felt wrong in the quiet. Disappear? That's ridiculous. He shrugged. Believe what you want. But I've been on this bus longer than you. And I'm still trying to find my way out. The bus lurched forward again, and I gripped the seat harder. The city outside twisted and warped, streets bending like they were drawn in quick strokes rather than laid out with care. The familiar became unfamiliar. The safe, Strange. I didn't know what was happening, but something told me I couldn't trust the driver, the route, or even the people around me. Not yet. Time slipped. The night stretched on. And the bus kept moving, deeper into places that shouldn't exist on any map. I pressed my forehead against the window and whispered, "Where am I?" No answer, only the steady hum of the engine and the endless city that wasn't quite right. The bus shuddered again, the tires skimming over cracked pavement that seemed to ripple beneath them. Outside, the streetlights flickered unevenly, casting long, jittery shadows over shop windows that stared back with cracked glass and faded posters. The man beside me, Mark, he'd said his name, was leaned closer. His voice was low, almost swallowed by the drone of the engine. "See that?" He nodded toward a storefront. "Used to be a bakery. Closed down years ago. But it's open now. Like it never shut." I squinted, trying to reconcile the peeling fresh bread daily sign with the dim glow spilling from inside. The smell didn't match. No yeast, no sugar, only the sharp, sour stench of something rotting. I swallowed hard. Why would it be open if it's not? Mark shrugged, eyes narrowing. "Because this place isn't the city you know. Not anymore." I studied his face, searching for a crack in his certainty. There was weariness etched deep, but no hint of madness. At least, not the kind I'd expect in someone talking about disappearing passengers and impossible bus routes. Still, the air, cold and heavy with silence, was thick with doubt. I didn't want to believe any of it. But the bus, the streets, the way the people around me shifted like shadows, it was all too wrong. The passengers, mostly silent, kept their eyes fixed out the window or buried in their phones. One woman near the back tapped nervously on her knee, glancing sideways as if she heard something I couldn't. Another man, older, his face lined and pale, stared straight ahead with a blankness that unsettled me more than any wild tale. Their faces were familiar yet unfamiliar, like photographs faded by time. "Have you tried talking to any of them?" I asked Mark. "See if they remember where they live? Or what bus this is?" He shook his head. "You don't. They don't remember you. Or themselves, for that matter. They're caught. Like me. Caught." The word echoed in my mind, sticky and cold. I rubbed my palms over the worn fabric of my jeans. The bus hummed, and the city outside blurred again, twisting into streets I recognized but couldn't place. A crooked alley that should lead to the park ended abruptly at a dead wall. A cafe I swore I'd visited last week was shuttered, its sign replaced by peeling advertisements in languages I couldn't read. I leaned forward, pressing my forehead lightly against the cold glass. If this isn't the city I know, then what is it? Where does this bus take us? Mark's gaze slid toward the driver, a man whose face was obscured in shadow, hands steady on the wheel. That's the question. Some think the driver's in on it, like he's guiding us somewhere we don't want to be. Others say it's the bus itself, some kind of trap. I wanted to argue, to say it was nonsense, but the knot tightening in my chest said otherwise. The bus had swallowed me whole, and now it was steering me through a world I didn't understand. Minutes passed with no stops. The bus carried us deeper into neighborhoods that looked like reflections in warped mirrors, houses with windows staring blankly, streets where the pavement cracked open to reveal tangled roots instead of sewer grates. The faint scent of damp earth and rusted metal filled the air, mixing with the stale warmth inside the bus. Mark tapped his phone, fingers trembling slightly. I've been tracking the bus routes for weeks now. No pattern. Every night it changes, drops us off somewhere new. Somewhere off the map. Why keep writing it, then? I asked. Why not get off and find your way home? His eyes flicked to mine, dark and tired. Because I don't know which stop leads back. And because once you step off, you're not guaranteed to find the right one next time. You get lost in the city's cracks, and it swallows you. It's like he hesitated, swallowing hard. Like the city forgets you. The thought clawed at me. A city that could erase people, not with fire or force, but by twisting its own streets and memories until you vanished. I shivered. Not from cold, but from the realization that the threat wasn't just the bus or the driver. It was the city itself, reshaping reality with cruel indifference. The bus jolted as it slowed, the brakes screeching softly. Outside, a street sign glowed weakly under a flickering lamp, Maple Avenue. I blinked. Maple Avenue was near my apartment, but this wasn't the Maple I knew. The houses leaned inward, windows darkened, and the sidewalk was cracked with moss creeping through the gaps. "We're here," Mark said quietly. I forced myself to stand, knees unsteady. The bus door hissed open, and a cold breeze swept inside, carrying the scent of wet leaves and something metallic. The street was empty except for a figure standing across the road, a man in a dark jacket, his face hidden by the shadow of an old baseball cap. "Do you know him?" I asked, heart thudding. Mark shook his head. "No one I've seen before. I wish I were making this up." The man didn't move. Just stared. I swallowed again, the metallic tang in the air thickening, like iron on my tongue. "Maybe this is the stop," I said, voice barely audible. "Maybe this is the way out." Mark hesitated. "Or maybe it's another trap." I looked down the street. The buildings seemed to lean closer, the shadows pooling like ink. The man took a step forward. "Wait," I whispered, but it was too late. The bus door slid shut behind me. The man's face lifted slowly, catching the dim streetlight. His eyes were empty, unreadable. He smiled, a thin, slow curl of lips that didn't reach his eyes. I stepped back, heart hammering, senses sharpening. The night felt colder now. The streetlights flickered again, and the city shifted once more. I had no idea where I was anymore. And the bus was gone. The streetlights sputtered, casting long, trembling shadows that swallowed the cracked pavement. The bus had disappeared. No rumble. No fading taillights. Just emptiness where it had been. I glanced down the street, trying to orient myself, but the buildings leaned in too close, like they were eavesdropping. The air smelled stale, a mix of damp brick and something sour, like rotting fruit left too long on a windowsill. I wanted to run, but my feet felt glued to the spot. "Who are you?" I said, voice cracking. The man's eyes flicked toward me briefly, not with recognition but with something colder, detached, like he was watching a bug trapped in a jar. "Looking for the way out?" he asked, voice low and unsteady, like he'd been holding his breath a long time. I nodded, though it felt useless. "Yeah. The last stop, I need to get there." His smile stretched thin. "You don't know where that is anymore, do you?" I opened my mouth to argue, to say I could find it, but the words stuck. I didn't know where I was. The street was wrong. The people were wrong. Even time felt fractured, like the night had swallowed the usual rules and spat out something else entirely. Behind him, the street flickered again. Something about the edges of the buildings wavered, like heat rising from asphalt on a summer afternoon, except it was cold. My skin prickled, hair standing on end, and I realized I was breathing shallowly, chest tight. "Why are you here?" I asked, stepping back. "What is this place?" He shrugged, but it wasn't casual. It was like a gesture heavy with meaning, as if surrendering to the absurdity of it all. "It's not a place. Not really. It's what's left when everything you know is taken away. When the city forgets you. I blinked, trying to process that. Forgets me? Yeah. He looked down the street, past me. You think you're just riding the bus. But the bus isn't taking you anywhere you want to go. It's moving you through layers. Layers that peel back the city's skin. His voice dropped. And with each layer, you're less and less real. That hit harder than I expected. Less real. Like I was some fading photograph shoved in a drawer, slowly losing color and detail. I swallowed again, taste metallic and bitter, heart-hammering. So what happens when you're gone? I asked, voice barely a whisper. He shrugged again. No one remembers. No one notices. Like you never existed. I took a step backward, toward the dark alley beside us. The shadows pulled there, deep and black, but it felt safer than standing in the open with him. My hands trembled, fingers cold as I clenched them into fists. Why me? I asked. Why now? He looked at me like I was a question he'd been asking himself for years. Because you're the one who keeps trying to get back. Most people, they stop. They accept it. But you keep looking for a way out. I shook my head. I haven't accepted anything. He smiled again, but it was sharper this time. You're past the point of no return. That phrase echoed in my mind, loud and unyielding. Past the point of no return. I wasn't just lost anymore. I was trapped. No detours, no shortcuts, no second chances. Then, with a sudden movement, he turned and walked away. His steps were quiet but deliberate, fading into the darkness. I stood there, heart pounding, the cold night air biting through my jacket. The streetlights flickered once more, and the city shifted. Suddenly, I wasn't alone. From the shadows emerged a woman, her face familiar but wrong. Her eyes were wide, blank, as if she'd seen too much or nothing at all. She stopped a few feet away, staring at me like I was a ghost. Do you know me? I asked, but she only blinked, uncomprehending. Behind her, the buildings warped again, the street twisting into a shape that made my stomach churn. I realized then that the city wasn't just forgetting me. It was rewriting itself, and in the process, erasing everything I held on to. I had to find the stop that led home. I had to find the bus again. But now, I wasn't sure the bus wanted to be found. The woman took a hesitant step back, as if the very air around me was reshaping her memories, dissolving the recognition that should have been there. The streetlights flickered overhead, casting long, wavering shadows that seemed to reach out like fingers, grasping at the edges of my mind. Every sound, the distant hum of traffic, the murmur of voices, distorted, as if filtered through water. I swallowed hard, forcing myself to move forward, but the ground beneath my feet rippled like a disturbed pond. Buildings shifted again, their facades folding and unfolding like pages in a book, revealing glimpses of places I had never seen but felt unbearably familiar. The bus stop I'd been hunting for seemed to retreat further with each step, dissolving into the mist. A sudden chill crawled up my spine. The world was unspooling, and I was caught in the threadbare center. I reached out, fingers brushing against a lamppost that dissolved like smoke at my touch. Panic rose, but beneath it was a stubborn ember of resolve. If the city was rewriting itself, then maybe I could find the narrative thread that still held true of my path, my bus, my way home. I closed my eyes, recalling the faint hum of the engine, the thud of its doors opening, the scent of worn leather seats mixed with rain. Somewhere in this shifting maze was the bus, waiting or maybe watching. I had to trust that, no matter how many times the city changed, some things stayed hidden, waiting to be found. The chill stuck to my skin like wet clay, cold and unwelcome. The mist curled low, swallowing the streetlights one by one until only a dull orange haze remained. I stood where the lamppost had been, now nothing more than a faint outline against the fog. The city was folding again, like a puzzle twisting out of reach, but I couldn't move. My feet were rooted to the cracked pavement, the rough edges biting through my thin shoes. I swallowed hard, tasting the sharp tang of damp concrete and old tobacco smoke drifting from somewhere behind the walls. There was no bus. Not yet. But the memory of its metal frame, the dull rattle of its engine, burned in my mind like a single ember threatening to flare or die. I had to find it. Had to find that stop. The street stretched out before me, fractured and uncertain, but familiar, now alien. Buildings leaned inward, windows smashed or blackened, signs peeling away like dead skin. A woman passed by, her figure blurred and hesitant, her eyes flickering over me like I was an unwelcome ghost. She didn't speak. Didn't recognize me. Didn't even nod. Just kept walking, swallowed whole by the shadows. I called out once, my voice cracking. "Hey!" No answer. Silence. Complete silence. The kind that pressed against your eardrums until it hurt. My hands trembled, the cold or the fear, I couldn't tell which. I wanted to follow her, to ask, to beg for some kind of anchor, but I stayed frozen. The city was testing me. It was waiting. Then, from the corner of my eye, a flicker. A movement. A man stepped out of an alley, his face half hidden beneath a hood. He didn't look up, but his eyes, dark, sharp, found mine and held them. There was something in that look, a warning or a challenge. He started walking toward me, slow, deliberate. I backed up, heart thudding so loud I thought it might burst free. "I don't want trouble," I said, voice barely a whisper. He stopped a breath away. "Trouble's already found you," he said, voice low and rough, like gravel scraping pavement. "You don't belong here." The words hit me like a slap. Didn't belong. That phrase had been echoing all night, from empty houses to strangers' faces. I clenched my fists, knuckles white, trying to steady my breath. "I'm just trying to get home." He laughed, a dry, humorless sound. "Home's a moving target these days. You keep chasing it, you'll lose more than time." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a crumpled piece of paper, holding it between his thumb and forefinger. "This is the last stop you'll find." He extended the paper toward me. I hesitated, but the mist pressed closer, and the street narrowed like a noose. I took it. The paper was damp and rough, the ink smeared. A hastily drawn map, more a series of lines and dots than any real directions. But one word stood out, scrawled in shaky handwriting: home. "Who? Who are you?" I asked, voice barely steady. He shrugged. "Just someone who's been lost too long. The bus isn't what you think. It's not just a ride. It's a trap." The weight of his words settled over me like a stone. Trap. What kind of trap? I looked up, but he was gone. Vanished into the fog as if swallowed by the city itself. The emptiness around me felt heavier now, more oppressive. I unfolded the paper again, tracing the lines with trembling fingers. The route twisted through neighborhoods that didn't exist on any map I'd ever seen. Streets that bent backwards. Parks that looped into themselves. Dead ends that weren't really dead ends. I glanced down the street. A figure was watching me from a distance. A man, tall, with a face too pale to be natural. He didn't move, just stood there like a statue carved from shadow. My skin prickled. I turned away, walking faster, the paper clenched tight in my hand. Crazy, right? The city was changing again. Streetlights sputtered and died. The mist thickened, cold and suffocating. Sounds grew distorted, the distant bark of a dog warped into something unrecognizable, a siren stretched into a low wail. I felt the walls closing in. The air tasted metallic, sharp. I stopped at a corner, heart hammering, trying to steady myself. I could hear footsteps behind me, quick, uneven, like someone struggling to keep pace. I didn't dare look back. I didn't want to face whatever was following. I ducked into a narrow alley, its walls slick with moss and grime. The stench of rot and damp earth filled my nostrils. I pressed against the cold brick, breath shallow and fast. The footsteps slowed, then stopped. Silence again. Then a voice, barely more than a breath. "You can't run forever." I spun around. No one. Just the mist curling like smoke. The city's pulse quickened, every shadow a threat. I swallowed hard, hands slick with sweat, and forced myself to move. The map led me deeper into the maze, streets that twisted like a labyrinth, buildings that leaned and shifted until I wasn't sure if I was walking forward or backward. I passed a storefront with a cracked window. Inside, a woman sat alone, staring blankly at a flickering television screen. She looked up as I approached, eyes hollow. "Do you know the bus stop?" I asked. She blinked slowly. "Bus? What bus?" Her voice was flat, like she was reciting a line she didn't understand. I shook my head, stepping back. The city was erasing me, bit by bit. Faces blurred, places vanished. Time fractured into moments stretched like taffy or snapped like brittle glass. Then, ahead, a faint glow. A bus stop sign, flickering weakly in the fog. I ran toward it, heart pounding so hard it blurred my vision. But as I reached out to touch the pole, the sign dissolved like smoke, and the street folded over itself again. I stumbled, catching myself on a wall that felt like cold skin, pulsing softly beneath my fingers. The mist was a wall now, thick and suffocating. The air buzzed with distant voices, harsh and whispering. I turned, and there he was, the pale man. Closer now, his eyes reflecting the weak light like a predator's. I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs wouldn't obey. The city had him in its grip, and he was part of its hunger. "You're lost," he said. "You'll never leave." His words sank into me like ice water. I forced my jaw to unclench. Maybe. But I'm not done trying. He smiled, thin and cruel. "There's no trying here. Only surviving." The mist thickened, swallowing us both. The street dissolved. I was falling backwards, forwards, no sense of direction, no sense of time. The city was folding me into itself, erasing me piece by piece. And then a sound. The dull thud of the bus doors opening. I turned, searching frantically through the fog. The bus's warm glow spilled onto the cracked pavement. The bus groaned as it pulled up to the curb, the ancient engine coughing like it wanted to quit. I stepped off onto cracked pavement that smelled faintly of stale bread and damp concrete, odd, but not entirely unpleasant. I looked around, expecting the usual warped street signs or houses that seemed to lean just a bit too far. Instead, I found myself on a street that looked like the city I'd known before any of this started. Familiar lampposts flickered above, and the distant hum of a late-night diner floated through the air. For a moment, I thought maybe this was it. Maybe finally, the route had brought me home. But the air was wrong. The night was too still. No traffic, no distant footsteps, no occasional laughter from passing strangers. Only a faint, persistent buzzing like a refrigerator left open in a deserted kitchen. I shivered, pulling my jacket tighter around me. I wandered toward what should have been my apartment building. The brickwork was right, the windows the right shape, but the front door bore a brass plaque with a name I didn't recognize. I pressed my palm against the cold metal, heart sinking. I wasn't supposed to be here. Not really. A sudden noise made me jump. Footsteps. Not far, but deliberate. I turned, scanning the street lights that sputtered weakly. A man stepped out from an alcove, a tall figure with a face half hidden by shadow. His eyes caught the light, sharp and unblinking. "You don't belong here," he said, voice low but steady. I swallowed hard, feeling the tightness creep into my throat. I'm just trying to get home." He laughed, but it wasn't a laugh. More like a dry rattle. "Home's a moving target for you, isn't it?" I nodded, unable to find words. My hands trembled, fingers curling into fists at my sides. "Look," he said, stepping closer, "this place, this city, it's fractured. You've been riding that bus, chasing something that's already gone." His words hit me like a splash of cold water. Was he right? Had I been chasing a ghost all this time? I wanted to argue, to tell him I wasn't crazy, but the truth felt slippery, like trying to hold water in clenched fists. "What do you want from me?" I finally asked, voice barely above a whisper. He looked away briefly, then back. "To help you. But you have to stop running." I studied his face, searching for a trace of kindness or cruelty. There was neither. Just tiredness. Deep, bone-weary exhaustion. "Help me how?" I asked. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded piece of paper, yellowed and creased. "This," he said. "It's a map. Not the kind you find online or on your phone. It shows the truth of the city, the routes the bus can take, the stops that actually matter." I hesitated, then took the paper. The texture was rough, like old parchment. I unfolded it carefully, tracing the lines with my finger. The map was a web of streets and alleys, many names I recognized, others completely foreign. At the center, a bold circle marked home. "Why are you helping me?" I asked, looking back. He shrugged. "Because I was you once." His words settled into the silence between us. I could almost believe it. "Follow the map, don't rely on the bus anymore," he advised. "The bus is a trap. It feeds on uncertainty, on people who don't know where they belong." I folded the map and tucked it into my jacket pocket. "How do I know this isn't another trick?" He smiled faintly, a ghost of warmth. "You don't. But you're out of options." I nodded, feeling a strange mix of relief and dread. For the first time in weeks, maybe months, I had a plan that didn't involve waiting for a driver who might erase me completely. The man stepped back, melting into the shadows. I stood there for a moment, listening to the silence swell around me. Then I turned in the direction the map had indicated. The night was colder now, the air sharper against my skin. I walked, the roughness of the pavement underfoot grounding me. The streetlights flickered overhead, and somewhere a dog barked, brief, distant, oddly comforting. The city was different now, but it was still a city. Still real. My breath came out in clouds. I could taste the metallic tang of fear mixed with something else, hope, maybe. Or stubbornness. I kept moving. Hours passed, or maybe minutes. Time felt strange, disjointed, like a scratched record playing out of order. But the map guided me, each turn bringing me closer to the circle marked home. There were moments when I doubted myself. When the streets warped again, when faces turned away or blinked blankly like mannequins. But I pressed on, gripping the map like a lifeline. At one point, a woman approached me on the sidewalk. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, eyes sharp and curious. "Lost?" she asked, voice soft but carrying an edge. I hesitated, trying to find my way home. She studied me for a moment, then nodded. "Many don't make it back. It's easy to get swallowed." "Swallowed by what?" She shrugged, then smiled faintly. "By the city itself. Or by the people who don't want you to leave." Her words sent a shiver down my spine. I wanted to ask more, but she disappeared into the fog that had started to roll in, leaving only the scent of rain and something faintly floral behind. I adjusted my jacket, pulling the collar up against the chill. The map's lines were faint now, smudged by damp fingers, but the circle remained clear. Finally, I reached the street where my apartment should have been. The buildings looked tired but familiar. I swallowed hard, heart hammering. I reached out and touched the door handle. It was cold, solid, real. I turned the knob. The door opened. Inside, the apartment smelled like home, warm bread, coffee grounds, and the faint trace of old books. I dropped my bag and sank onto the couch, the weight of exhaustion crashing over me. For the first time in what felt like forever, I let myself breathe. The bus was gone from my mind. The endless, shifting routes, the faces that didn't recognize me, the erasure, it all felt like a nightmare fading with the dawn. I wasn't sure what had happened to me in all those nights lost between realities, or why the city had twisted like it did. Maybe it was all in my head, or maybe the city really was a maze built to trap the lost and uncertain. But I was home now, and that was enough. I closed my eyes and listened to the quiet hum of the city outside, steady, predictable, unyielding. The nightmare was over. Or at least, I'd won this round. Story 4, Wall of Malice, Neighborly Noise Torture. The first time I noticed the tapping, I thought it was just the building settling. My apartment was small but cozy. The peeling paint on the walls had a rough texture to the touch, and the kitchen linoleum had a stubborn stain that no cleaner could quite erase. I liked the way the morning light slanted through the narrow window, casting long, soft shadows across the cracked tiles. It felt like a place I could make my own, a break from the chaos of the city I'd left behind. On that first night, I was lying in bed, the sheets tangled around my legs, trying to read a book under the dim glow of my bedside lamp. The tapping started low, irregular, like someone drumming their fingers on the wall just beyond my headboard. I thought maybe it was a branch brushing against the window, but the sound wasn't outside. It was inside the walls. Soft, deliberate. I closed the book and listened. Tap. 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 Then silence. I rolled over and tried to ignore it. It was probably nothing. I wasn't sure why it bothered me so much. Maybe because the tap wasn't steady, not like the steady drip of a leaky faucet or the hum of the heater. It was too erratic, like someone was trying to get my attention but didn't quite know how. Or maybe it was just my imagination. I told myself that over and over. The next evening, the tapping came again. Louder this time. I could swear I heard faint whispering after the taps, like hushed voices just beyond the thin plaster. I strained to catch the words, but it was all muffled, indistinct. My skin prickled. The room smelled stale, like old books and dust, but there was an undercurrent of something else, a faint metallic scent, maybe from the pipes or the heating system. I got up and walked to the wall, pressed my ear against the cool plaster. The whispering stopped as soon as I moved. There was a slow shuffle, footsteps just beyond the wall, but they didn't sound like they were coming from the apartment next door. They were uneven, hesitant, like someone pacing back and forth. I stepped back, a chill running down my spine. "Hello?" I said softly, voice barely above a whisper. No answer. Just silence. I told myself it was probably the neighbors. Maybe a kid playing or someone pacing late at night. But the building was supposed to be quiet after 10. The landlord had warned me about noise complaints when I signed the lease. By the third night, the tapping had become a relentless barrage. It wasn't just tapping anymore. There were other sounds too, whispers that seemed to echo behind the walls, shifting footsteps that moved unpredictably. I lay in bed with my heart pounding, counting the seconds between taps, trying to find a pattern. There was none. I started to dread nighttime. It wasn't that I was scared exactly, at least not in the way you'd expect. It was more like an itch in the back of my mind that wouldn't go away, a nagging question that refused to settle. Was someone trying to mess with me? Or was I losing my grip on reality? I didn't want to admit it, but my hands trembled when I picked up the phone to call the building manager. I told her about the noise, trying to sound calm. She said she'd look into it, but I wasn't sure if she believed me. Probably thought I was just a nervous new tenant. The next day, I tried to distract myself. I went to the corner cafe, ordered a black coffee that was too bitter, and watched the rain streak down the window pane. Outside, the world moved on like nothing was wrong. People talked, laughed, cars passed by. But I kept glancing at my phone, waiting for a message from the manager. At home, the silence felt heavier, like the walls were holding their breath. I noticed small things I hadn't before, the faint scrape of chair legs in the hallway, the creak of floorboards above me, the way the radiator rattled when the heat kicked on. I told myself to focus on those sounds, to rationalize, to ground myself. Still, when night came, the tapping returned. Irregular. Insistent. And with it, the whispers. They were clearer now, but I couldn't make out the words. Sometimes it sounded like laughter, other times like someone muttering just out of reach. I tried recording it on my phone, but the playback was just a jumble of static and faint knocks. I thought about knocking on the neighbor's door, but the idea made my throat tighten. What would I say? Hey, can you please stop tapping on my wall at 2 in the morning? I didn't want to seem paranoid. The last thing I needed was a confrontation. One night, I woke up because the tapping had stopped entirely. Silence. Complete silence. It was so sudden, so absolute, that I held my breath, waiting for the next sound. There was nothing. No whispers. No footsteps. Just the faint hum of the city beyond my window. I was relieved. For a moment, I even thought maybe it had all been in my head. Then I heard it, a soft, deliberate knock at my own front door. Slow. 3 taps. I froze. The door was locked. I hadn't heard anyone come up the stairs. Nobody should have been there. The knocking came again, quieter this time, like a secret signal. I told myself it was probably the landlord checking the pipes or a delivery, but the building didn't do late deliveries. I didn't expect company. I didn't want anyone at that hour. I stayed in bed, clutching the blanket, trying to convince myself to get up and look. But I didn't. I just lay there, listening to my own breathing, the distant hum of traffic, and the faint clicking of my heart. When the knocking stopped, I waited another 10 minutes before I finally reached for my phone. I stared at the screen, fingers shaking. I considered calling someone, anyone, but who? The police? For knocking? That sounded ridiculous. Instead, I sent a message to the building manager. There was knocking at my door last night around 2 a.m. No one there when I checked. No reply. I kept the lights on the next night. I tried to sleep. I really did. But the tapping started again. The tapping returned again that night, just as I'd expected, like a relentless metronome set to some cruel rhythm only meant to drive me mad. I reached out for my phone on the nightstand, the plastic cool and smooth beneath my fingers. The screen lit up, and I typed a quick note to Jess, my coworker and the only person I confided in. Noise is back. Worse. I don't think I'm imagining it. I hesitated, thumb hovering over the send button. Maybe she'd think I was exaggerating. Maybe she'd tell me to just move out already. Then I tapped send. The tapping stopped abruptly, and silence crashed in like a wave. I listened. My ears strained against the quiet. A low, muffled whisper followed, so faint I thought I'd imagined it. Then footsteps. Not heavy, not hurried, more like someone pacing just beyond the plaster. Shifting back and forth, settling, then moving again. I couldn't tell if the footsteps were coming from the apartment next door or the one upstairs. The walls were thin, but the layout confusing. I'd never cared to learn the exact arrangement before. Now I wished I had a blueprint, a map, anything to orient me. I sat up, heart hammering, sweat cooling on my skin. The room was cold, the air tasting stale and faintly of mildew. I checked the door, locked. The windows closed tight. No way in or out except through the hallway. I felt trapped. I tried to breathe slowly, telling myself it was just some cranky neighbors, maybe kids messing around. But I knew better. I'd heard those footsteps before I heard the whispering voices. Sometimes, it was like they were talking about me. I could catch fragments, like he's listening, or not sleeping again. The words weren't clear, but the intent was. I couldn't take it anymore. I grabbed a small flashlight from my desk drawer, its beam weak but enough to scan the walls. I edged toward the door, flashlight in hand, and pressed my ear against it. The hallway was silent. No footsteps. No voices. Nothing. I pressed my hand hard against the cold wood, willing myself to believe it was just my mind playing tricks. But the tapping started again, this time beneath the floor. A steady, deliberate thump. 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 Like someone tapping a cane or a stick on the wooden floorboards below my apartment. I pulled back and sank to the floor, the flashlight trembling in my grip. The noise was unmistakable. Someone was trying to get to me. Not just to annoy me. To get to me. The next morning, exhaustion pressed down on me like a weight. I barely remembered the alarm going off. My hand shook as I poured coffee, the bitter taste grounding me just enough to keep moving. I stared out the kitchen window at the cracked pavement, the faded orange cones marking some nearby street work. The air smelled faintly of wet asphalt and gasoline. A dog barked in the distance, sharp and anxious. Work was a blur. I kept glancing at my phone, waiting for Jess's reply. When it came, her words were short. You sure it's not stress? I mean, the noise might be real, but maybe you're overthinking it. Try recording it. I hated that she sounded doubtful. It was easier to hear it all and pretend it didn't matter than to face the truth. Someone was watching, listening, and maybe worse. I told myself I wasn't paranoid. I wasn't imagining things. I just needed proof. That night, I set up my phone recorder on the nightstand, right where the tapping seemed loudest. I lay down, eyes closed, pretending to sleep, fingers clenched around the blanket. Minutes dragged by, and then the tapping began, soft at first, then building in intensity. The whispering voices came next, barely audible but unmistakably there. I caught a phrase clearly this time, he's awake. Again. My breath hitched. The voice was male, low and cruel. My skin prickled. I pictured the neighbor, maybe the one below me, The one who always left his trash by the stairs, or maybe the young couple next door who argued constantly. The footsteps followed, pacing near the wall beside the bed. Then silence. The recorder clicked off when the battery died. I sat up, heart pounding, the room suddenly too cold. I listened to the playback. The sounds were faint, but real. No background music, no radio, just the tapping, the whispering, and the footsteps. I paused the recording, rewound it, leaned closer. The voices had a tone I couldn't place, amused, threatening, both. I felt a sharp rap on the bedroom door. I jolted, dropping the phone. The knock came again, slower this time. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. "Who's there?" I called out, voice shaky. No answer. Just silence. Then the whisper, so close I could almost hear it through the door. "We're watching." My hands trembled. I wanted to scream, to run, to leave, but I was stuck. The walls had ears. The floor had eyes. Or so it felt. The following day, I tried to talk to Mrs. Delaney, the elderly woman who lived 2 doors down. She was watering her plants in the courtyard when I stopped her. "Have you heard anything strange lately?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. She looked up, eyes narrowing. "Strange? Well, this building's old. You get noises. Pipes, rats, kids playing. Nothing new. Why? I'm sorry to bother you. It's just... I keep hearing tapping and footsteps at night. Whispering too." I gestured vaguely toward the apartments. She shook her head. "Honey, I've lived here 30 years. Never heard whispers at night. Maybe you should see a doctor." The words stung, not because she doubted me, but because they echoed my own fears. Was I losing it? That evening, I placed a small mirror at an angle near the crack beneath my bedroom door. I wasn't sure why, maybe to catch shadows or reflections. I sat in the dark, flashlight off, phone recording. The tapping started again, this time, a slow, deliberate pattern. Then a scrape, like nails dragging across wood. My breath caught. I glanced at the mirror. A shadow moved just beyond the door's edge. A figure? Impossible to tell, but there it was. I wanted to call out, to confront whoever was there, but my voice caught in my throat. Instead, the door handle jiggled. Frozen, I watched as the handle turned slowly, then stopped. Someone was trying to open the door. I reached for my phone to dial, but it slipped from my clammy hands and fell to the floor, screen cracking. The handle wiggled again. A soft whisper slipped beneath the crack, "You can't hide." The door didn't open. But I knew the threat was real and closer than ever. Silence returned, thick and suffocating. I didn't sleep that night. I didn't sleep the next. And I knew, deep down, this was just the beginning. The silence after the door stopped rattling was worse than the noise itself. I didn't sleep. Not an hour. The clock's red digits blurred after a while, merging into a single pulse that synced with the tapping still humming somewhere beyond the walls. It wasn't random anymore. It had a rhythm, like a code or a message. I tried to make sense of it, but only ended up with a headache and a growing pit of dread. Morning came, gray and uninviting. I lay in bed, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling's rough plaster. The faint smell of burnt coffee from the apartment below mixed with the lingering stench of damp laundry. I felt drained, like I'd been running a marathon with no finish line. The usual neighborhood sounds, distant sirens, a dog barking somewhere, were subdued, as if the whole building was holding its breath. Maybe it was. I pulled myself up and shuffled to the window. Across the hall, the curtains in the neighboring apartment were drawn tight. No sign of life. That was odd. Usually, I'd see Mrs. Carver watering her spider plant, or hear Mr. Diaz's late-night TV blaring. But today, nothing. Just silence and shadows. I grabbed my jacket, deciding I needed fresh air, a break from this suffocating cage. The hallway was dim, the flickering fluorescent lights overhead casting long, uneven shadows. I kept my hand on the wall, feeling the rough paint chips beneath my fingers, steadying myself. The tapping had stopped for now, but the memory of it clung to my skin like a cold sweat. As I stepped outside, the cold air hit me like a slap. The city smelled like asphalt and exhaust, a sharp contrast to the stale, recycled air inside. I took a deep breath, trying to reset my nerves. I needed answers. I couldn't keep spinning in this nightmare. I found myself wandering toward the leasing office, the one place I hadn't dared visit since the complaint. I wasn't sure what I hoped to find there, sympathy, confrontation, or just a break from the unknown, but I had to try. The receptionist, a woman named Linda, looked up with a practiced smile when I entered. "Morning," I said, voice hoarse. "Hey there," she replied. "You look like you didn't sleep much." That wasn't wrong. I wanted to talk about the noise complaint I filed," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Linda nodded, her smile faltering just slightly. "Yeah, I heard. The folks upstairs said they haven't been making any noise. Said they don't even live there anymore." I blinked. "What do you mean?" She glanced over her shoulder, lowering her voice. "They moved out last week. The apartment's been empty for days." Empty? That didn't fit. The noises had definitely come from right above me. The tapping, the footsteps, the whispers, they'd been there every night, getting worse. "Are you sure?" I asked. She nodded. "Checked with maintenance. No one's been up there. Maybe rats or something." I swallowed hard. Rats. That didn't explain the whispers or the tapping that sounded like deliberate tapping. Something was wrong. "I don't think it's rats," I said quietly. "It sounds human." Linda looked uneasy. "Look, I don't want to get involved in neighbor disputes. But if you're feeling unsafe, maybe you should consider moving." Move? That wasn't an option. Not yet. I'd burned that bridge the moment I filed the complaint. The walls themselves seemed to be closing in. I left the office feeling more trapped than ever. The thought of empty apartments, of no neighbors, of unseen footsteps, was like a maze with no exit. If no one was there, who was doing this? Or worse, was I imagining it all? The idea made my stomach twist. Back in my apartment, the air felt heavier. The faint hum of the heater was the only sound. I sat down at my kitchen table, hands trembling as I poured a cup of black coffee. Bitter, with a faint metallic tang. I took a sip, grimacing. The silence was a fragile thing. Too fragile. Suddenly, the tapping started again. Not slow this time, fast, erratic, as if someone was impatient or angry. The whispers followed, unintelligible but urgent. I pressed my ear to the wall, heart hammering, trying to catch a word, a name, a clue. Then a new sound, a low scraping, like fingernails dragged across plaster. It made my skin crawl. I pulled back, nearly spilling the coffee. I had to find out what was happening. If no one lived upstairs, then who? And why me? I dug out my old tape recorder, the one I used for work years ago. It was clunky and outdated, but it worked. I set it on the floor by the bedroom wall and hit record. The tapping started again, slow and deliberate, then faster, then a pause. Then a whisper, clearer this time, "You shouldn't have done that." My breath caught. The voice was female, cold and sharp. I replayed the recording, heart racing. It wasn't a hallucination. Someone was there. Someone watching. Someone angry. I called the police, hands shaking, but they said there was nothing they could do without proof. No signs of forced entry, no disturbances reported, the officer told me over the phone. Maybe it's a prank, or maybe it's just the building settling. Old apartments make noises. That answer felt like a slap. I wasn't crazy, but no one believed me. I was alone in this. That night, I barricaded my door with the heavy dresser from the living room. The tapping started almost immediately. It was louder now, more insistent. The whispers morphed into words I couldn't understand but sounded like threats. Then, footsteps. Heavy, slow, pacing just beyond the door. I pressed my ear to the wood, feeling the vibrations, the threat. I wanted to scream, to call for help, but the sound was swallowed by the walls. Suddenly, a soft knock. 1, 2, 3, then silence. I dared to glance at the peephole. Nothing. Just the dark hallway stretching out. I was trapped. No neighbors to help, no police to believe me, no escape. The walls themselves had turned against me. And then the realization hit, this wasn't random. This was personal. Someone wanted me to know they were there. Watching. Waiting. I sank to the floor, cold sweat soaking my shirt. The noise was relentless. The whispers, the tapping, the footsteps, they weren't going away. I had crossed a line. Whatever this was, there was no turning back. The night stretched on, endless and cruel. And in the darkness, I knew one thing for sure. I was no longer just a tenant in this building. I was a target. And they weren't finished with me yet. The dark was thick, pressing in on me like a living weight. I pressed my forehead against the door, trying to steady the tremor shaking through my hands. The last few hours had been a storm of noise and movement, footsteps pacing slow and deliberate, whispers curling and rising like smoke just beyond the wall. Now, nothing. The kind of nothing that made my skin crawl. My phone lay a foot away, screen cracked and useless since the last time I dropped it in frustration. I wanted to call someone, anyone, but even if I did, who would believe this? The police had shrugged me off after the complaint. The landlord gave me a look that said, just deal with it. My neighbors were ghosts, or worse, something worse. I wasn't sure anymore. A soft shuffle reached my ears. I froze. Not from fear exactly, but from raw, brittle tension. The sound was faint, coming from the wall beside me. It wasn't footsteps or tapping. It was closer to a sliding scrape. Something being moved. Slowly. Deliberately. I dared to inch my head around the corner of the doorframe, heart hammering against my rib cage. The hallway outside was empty, bathed in the weak, flickering glow of the corridor light. Flickering. Like it had a pulse. Like it was breathing. A stale smell, damp plaster, and something metallic hung in the air, cold and heavy with silence. I swallowed hard. The scrape came again, this time louder, closer. From the wall opposite my room. That thin partition between apartments. The one I thought was just drywall. I remembered the landlord's words from earlier that day, dismissive when I asked about the building's age. Old place, he said. Built in the 50s. Walls aren't great at soundproofing, but structurally solid. Solid. Sure. Solid enough to hide this? I crouched lower, hands pressed against the floor. The wood was rough and splintered in places, the varnish worn thin. The scrape turned into a slow, deliberate tapping, uneven, almost mocking. One tap, a pause, two taps, then a whisper. A whisper. Closer now. I caught it, a breath against the wall, a hiss of words I couldn't quite make out. My skin prickled. I clenched my fists. Who's there? I whispered, voice cracked and hoarse. No answer. Just that tap again. 1, 2, 3. I forced myself to stand, moving toward the wall. The whispers grew louder, more urgent, but still indecipherable. I pressed my ear against the plaster, cold and rough against my skin. The air smelled faintly of mildew and something else, something acrid, like burnt rubber. I tried to make sense of the words, but my mind kept tearing itself apart, running wild with every possible nightmare. Was this some sick game? A neighbor pushing their limits? Or something worse? Look, I'm serious. Stop this. My voice was steadier than I expected, but still carried that brittle edge, like glass ready to shatter. No response. Just more tapping. Faster now. Irregular, chaotic. I stepped back, heart racing. The door behind me creaked, slow and deliberate. Not from the wind. Someone was moving there too. I spun around, eyes searching the dark hallway. Nothing. Just a shadow stretching out from the stairwell, flickering with the weak light. I swallowed a dry lump. My throat ached. The weight of the night was crushing. I was trapped in a building that wanted me to break. The tapping shifted, now coming from the floor beneath me, a staccato rhythm that echoed through the soles of my feet. I looked down. Nothing. But the sound was unmistakable. Footsteps. Not mine. The walls felt like they were closing in. I needed air. I needed out. I moved toward the door again, hand trembling as I reached for the knob. The moment I touched it, the tapping stopped. Silence. And then a voice. Clear this time. Low, chilling, right behind the door. You shouldn't have called. My breath caught. I wanted to run, to scream, but my body refused. The voice wasn't just a threat. It was a promise. A warning. And I knew, deep down, that this night was far from over. I pulled back from the door, heart pounding so hard I was sure anyone nearby could hear it. The whisper returned, weaving through the silence like a spider's thread. Next time, we'll come inside. The hallway light flickered again, plunging everything into darkness for a split second before sputtering back to life. And in that brief darkness, I saw it out of the corner of my eye, a shadow slipping away just beyond the stairs. I wasn't alone. Not by a long shot. The walls had ears. The hallways had eyes. And whatever was out there, it was awake. Watching. Waiting for me to break. I sank back against the door frame, breath ragged, sweat slicking my palms. I wanted to believe this was a nightmare I could wake from. But the scent of damp plaster, the scratches under my skin, the echo of whispered threats, they told me the truth. I was trapped in this building. And it was hungry for me. Silence stretched out again. But I knew better now. It never lasted. Not really. I glanced down the hallway, the weak light revealing a cracked tile and a scuffed shoe print smeared like a shadow in the dust. Someone had been here. Someone had been watching me. And they weren't done yet. The night was far from over. And neither was the terror. The air felt thicker that morning, heavier with something I couldn't name. I sat on the edge of the bed, hands trembling just enough that the chipped paint on the window frame caught my attention. It wasn't just my imagination, the scratches under my skin still tingled, raw reminders of the unseen presence that had stalked me in the dark. I rubbed my forearm, wary of what I might find, but the skin was just bruised and scabbed, nothing fresh. That was something, at least. Sleep had escaped me since the blackout. The shadow I glimpsed beyond the stairs wasn't a trick of the light. It was a person. Someone who knew these halls better than I ever could. Someone who had been waiting for me to break. I tried to piece everything together while the silence stretched on, but the pieces didn't fit. The tapping, the whispers, the footsteps, they weren't random. They were deliberate, designed to unravel me bit by bit. A sick game played by whoever lived behind those walls. I thought about calling the police again, but what would I say? Someone's tormenting me through walls. Who would believe that without proof? And even if they did, what could they do? The last complaint had only enraged whoever was behind this, making the nights unbearable. Instead, I forced myself out of bed, the floor cold beneath my feet. I needed air. I needed to see the world beyond my apartment, even if it was just a cracked sidewalk and the muted hum of early morning traffic. I pulled on a sweater, the fabric rough against my skin, and stepped outside. The hallway smelled like damp plaster and old wood, but outside, the sharp scent of rain lingered in the air. A distant dog barked, breaking the silence. I breathed it in deeply, as if the smell itself could wash away the weight settling in my chest. Downstairs, the lobby was empty, save for a janitor who gave me a quick nod and went back to his mop. I hesitated, then asked quietly, "Have you noticed anything strange around here?" "At night?" He paused, eyes narrowing slightly. "You mean the noises?" "Yeah. A few folks complain now and then. But it's an old building, pipes, rats, and all that. Nothing to lose sleep over." I almost laughed. "It's more than that." He shrugged, mopping slower. "Maybe." Then he glanced at the clock. "Look, if it's bothering you that much, maybe try talking to the neighbors. Sometimes folks don't realize how loud they get." Talking helped. The words felt hollow even as I said them. He shook his head. "Might. Might not." "Then, good luck." Back in my apartment, I closed the door and leaned against it, the cold wood steadying me. Talking was probably the only option left. But the idea of confronting whoever was playing these mind games was terrifying. What if they were watching? Waiting for me to make a move? I paced the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, the worn carpet muffling my footsteps, and glanced at the walls. Every shadow seemed to twitch, every whisper waiting to erupt. I hated that I had to face them, whoever they were. But hiding wasn't working. By afternoon, I had rehearsed how I'd approach my neighbors. Calm. Reasonable. No accusations. Just a request for peace. I tried to imagine their faces. The young couple across the hall, always arguing quietly. The old man downstairs who tended his plants obsessively. The woman who moved in last month but never said hello. I knocked on the door across from mine, heart hammering. No answer. Then the door to the young couple's apartment. No answer there either. I felt a flicker of frustration. Were they all in on this? Or simply indifferent? The following evening, I left a polite note slipped under each door. Something like, "I've been hearing noises at night that make it hard to sleep. If anyone is experiencing the same, maybe we can figure this out together." I wasn't sure if it was a good idea or just inviting more trouble. That night, for the first time in days, the tapping came later. Softer. Almost hesitant. The whispers were quieter, more distant. The footsteps shifted, but they didn't circle my room like before. I lay still, listening, trying to read the rhythm. Was it a message? A warning? Or just someone toying with me? Hours passed. The silence grew denser. I didn't sleep, but I stopped fighting the sounds. I let them wash over me, like waves I couldn't stop but could learn to ride. Days went by. The noises didn't disappear entirely, but they changed. Less frequent. Less targeted. The tension in my muscles eased, the tight knot in my stomach loosening just a bit. One evening, as I stood by the window, I saw the old man from downstairs coming out of the building. He paused, looking up at my window, then nodded slowly. I nodded back, unsure what else to do. A few nights later, I heard a faint rap on my door. I opened it to find the woman who had moved in recently, holding a small container of cookies. I heard about the noises, she said, voice low. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. We've had some folks staying over, late at night. I didn't realize it was bothering everyone. Her eyes were sincere, and for the first time, something inside me softened. I invited her in. We talked quietly, and she promised to keep the noise down. The days that followed were quieter. The tapping still came, but it was softer, more like the creaking of an old building settling at night. The whispers faded entirely. I wasn't sure if the others had stopped too, or if I had simply learned to tune them out. Maybe the torment wasn't in the sounds themselves, but in how they clawed at my mind, pulling me into a spiral of doubt and fear. Late one night, I sat by the window with a cup of tea, feeling the cool glass against my palm. The building sighed around me, familiar and less threatening. I realized I'd changed. I was more cautious, more aware, but also more resilient. I wasn't broken. Not yet. The echoes lingered, reminders of the nights I'd survived. The scratches, the shadows, the whispered threats, they were a part of me now. A scar beneath the skin, invisible but real. And maybe that was enough. I closed the curtain gently and turned off the light. Silence. Complete silence. For now. Story 5, Lost in the Shifting Woods, Distorted Reality in the Forest. The morning air was crisp, carrying a faint scent of pine and damp earth that settled deep into my lungs. I should have felt that peace. Instead, a knot of unease tightened in my stomach. I'd been out here for 3 days now, alone in the middle of nowhere, or so I thought. The campsite was tucked away in a clearing surrounded by towering firs and maples, some leaning precariously as if weighed down by their own age. I'd picked the spot carefully, away from any trails marked on the map, and tried to leave as little trace as possible. No other campers for miles, or so I told myself. The silence was absolute, with only the occasional snap of a twig or rustle of leaves breaking through. I'd come out to clear my head, to shake off the restless grind of my life back in the city. My job was the usual kind of stress, deadlines, meetings, the endless ping of emails. Sometimes the quiet felt like it might swallow me whole, but out here, I thought, maybe I could breathe again. The first night, I'd slept soundly. The usual pre-trip jitters gave way to a deep, almost heavy fatigue. When I'd woken, the forest looked the same as I'd left it, and I'd packed up, ready to hike back the way I came. That was when the first odd thing happened. I stepped out of the tent and immediately noticed the trail marker, a thin strip of faded orange tape tied around a low branch, was no longer where I remembered it. It hung from a nearby tree, but that tree wasn't the one I'd tied it to. It was close, maybe 10 feet away, but still. I blinked, rubbed my eyes, thinking I must have misplaced the spot in my head. I'd been tired. I followed the trail anyway, relying on the sun's position, the slope of the land, and the clump of rocks that had marked a small ridge ahead. Everything felt familiar, yet somehow off. The reach was there, but the rocks looked different, smaller, more scattered. Like someone had picked through them. The air smelled sharper, with a faint metallic tang that made my mouth go dry. There was a rustle in the underbrush. I froze, my breath shallow. Nothing came out, just a small bird fluttering away. But my hands trembled just the same. I told myself it was nothing. Just nerves. The mind plays tricks when you're alone. I should have been relieved, even grateful for the solitude. Instead, I felt watched. That afternoon, I tried to write in my journal, but the words came out jagged and uneven, like my thoughts themselves had scattered. I noticed the way the shadows shifted under the trees, how the light seemed to pull differently in the clearing. I kept catching glimpses of shapes moving just beyond my sight, but when I turned, there was only empty forest. I remember sitting by the small creek, letting the cold water run over my fingers, trying to steady my breathing. The sound of the water was supposed to be soothing, but it only made the silence around me louder. I could hear every snap of twig, every rustle of leaf, and beneath it all, the soft, irregular crunch of footsteps that didn't belong to me. I know how that sounds, paranoia, maybe. But there's a difference between paranoia and instinct. My skin prickled with it. That night, I lay awake listening to the usual sounds of the forest, but now they twisted into something else. A low, distant scraping noise, like someone dragging their feet over dead branches. It didn't stop. I tried to tell myself it was an animal, maybe a deer or a coyote, but it was too deliberate, too measured. Human. I held my breath as the sound circled the camp. I didn't dare move. The darkness pressed close, thick and suffocating. I told myself to stay calm, to remember that the forest was my friend here, not a trap. Morning came reluctantly. I stepped out of the tent again, heart pounding, expecting to find my little corner of the woods unchanged. But the trail marker was missing entirely this time. Not just moved. Gone. I scanned the trees, my eyes darting back and forth, tracing every branch, every knot. Then I saw it, a faint trail of dirt, freshly disturbed, leading away from the clearing and deeper into the forest. I hesitated. The air felt heavier, warmer, like the forest was holding its breath. I took a step forward, then another, and the world seemed to shift beneath my feet. The landmarks I counted on the moss-covered log, the twisted pine with the scarred bark, were in the wrong places. The log was further away, leaning at a different angle, and the pine scar looked fresher, as if someone had carved it recently. The trail back to civilization was no longer a straight path, but a confusing maze of trees and shadows. I stopped. My fingers brushed against the rough bark of a tree, grounding me. I thought about turning back to the campsite, but even that felt uncertain. Had the tent been pitched where I remembered? Was my gear still there? A sudden rustle snapped my head toward the sound. Movement quick, deliberate, vanished between two trees. My heart lurched. I whispered, "Hello?" Voice barely carried. No answer. I swallowed hard, tasting the dry grit at the back of my throat. The forest seemed to lean in, waiting. Something was watching. Waiting. I wanted to believe it was just another hiker, or a lost hunter, maybe someone else trying to find their way out. But the way the trees rearranged themselves, the way familiar landmarks shifted overnight, it wasn't natural. Not random. I knew then that I wasn't alone. And the forest wasn't just a place to find peace. It was a trap. The night pressed down like a wet blanket, thick and suffocating. Morning came gray and hesitant, the sun struggling to break through a dense shroud of clouds. I woke with a stiff neck and a pounding head, the memory of the fleeting movement still vivid behind my eyes. The forest had shifted again. I knew it as surely as I knew my own name. The tree I'd leaned on last night was no longer where I'd left it. The path, or what I thought was a path, had morphed into something unfamiliar. I squinted eastward, tracing the line where the sun should have been. Instead of the narrow trail I'd followed, there was a tangle of underbrush and fallen branches. My boots sank into damp earth, the smell of decaying leaves thick and heavy. I stuffed my pack on and glanced back at the tent. It looked smaller, as if it had been packed away and set further off to the side. But no, it was still there. My gear was intact, though the rope I'd coiled neatly yesterday was now loosely tangled like a serpent. I felt a prickling along my scalp. Someone or something had been here while I slept. I tried to shake off the cold fingers of doubt. Maybe I was losing my mind. Or the forest was playing tricks on me, a cruel joke of light and shadow. But no! I had to be methodical. I grabbed the small notebook from my jacket pocket and flipped to the page where I'd sketched a crude map the day before. The landmarks didn't line up. Curious, I stepped out and began walking toward where the old pine tree should have been. It wasn't there. Nor were the two boulders I'd marked as my halfway point. Instead, a cluster of saplings blocked my way, their thin trunks scraped and scratched as if someone had dragged something heavy through them. My hands trembled, not with cold but with something sharper, a mix of adrenaline and unease. I crouched down, brushing away leaves and dirt, revealing faint footprints pressed into the soft mud. They were too large and uneven to be mine. A voice whispered in my mind, "You're not alone." I didn't respond. Instead, I pulled out my phone. No signal, of course. The tiny screen glowed futilely, a pale beacon in the dim forest light. I tapped the flashlight app and swept the beam over the ground. More footprints. They circled around the area like a predator marking its territory. I swallowed hard and stood up quickly. The forest suddenly felt colder, the wind picking up with an eerie whistle that threaded through the branches. I pressed my back against a nearby tree, heart hammering loud enough to drown out the birdsong. The scent of damp earth was now tinged with something metallic, faint but unmistakable. Blood. Not fresh, but recent. I followed the trail cautiously, every snap of twig and rustle of leaf making my skin crawl. The footprints led toward a narrow ravine, a spot I hadn't noticed before. The sides were steep and slick, coated in moss and fallen pine needles. At the bottom, the forest floor was strangely bare. I crouched at the edge and peered down. There, tangled in the roots of a fallen tree, was a torn piece of fabric, my jacket. The sleeve, ripped and dirt-streaked. My mouth went dry. How had I lost that? I never left my camp without it. The thought sprawled across my mind like a cracked mirror. Maybe the forest wasn't rearranging itself at all. Maybe I was being led deeper into it, step by step. I pulled out my water bottle and took a long, slow sip, trying to steady my nerves. The cold liquid helped, but not enough. The air tasted thick, metallic with the faintest hint of rust. I blinked hard, forcing myself to focus. Then I heard it, a faint, deliberate tapping. Rhythmic and slow, like someone knocking on hollow wood. I froze. The sound came from across the ravine, somewhere behind a curtain of dense ferns. I strained my ears, heart thudding unevenly. The tapping stopped. Silence. Complete silence. I debated my next move. The rational part of me screamed to pack up and leave, to backtrack until I found a road or a phone signal, anything. But the other part, the stubborn, foolish part, wanted answers. Who was out here? And why had they taken my jacket? I circled the ravine's edge, careful not to slip. The ground was uneven and wet, roots twisting like veins beneath the soil. As I moved, the shadows shifted. A flash of movement caught my eye, a figure, crouched low behind a tree just beyond the ferns. I blinked. Gone. Hello? My voice cracked, brittle and uncertain. I'm just trying to get out. No response. I took a cautious step forward, then another. The forest seemed to lean in, the canopy thickening overhead until the light dimmed to twilight even though it was mid-morning. Suddenly, a faint laugh drifted to me. Dry and breathless, like wind rattling dead leaves. It sent a shiver down my spine. Who's there? I demanded, louder this time. No answer, only the sounds of the forest, birds calling, a distant rustle, the whispering breeze. I wanted to believe it was a prank. Maybe some local camper playing games with a lost city slicker. But something about the laugh wasn't right. It was cold, detached, without humor. I pulled my jacket tighter around me, the chill crawling up my neck. The footprints led away from the ravine now, back toward where I'd come from or where I thought I'd come from. I glanced back toward the tent. It looked impossibly far. The forest was no longer a place to find peace. It was a maze, a trap, and someone was moving inside it with terrible patience. I gathered my courage, pulling the notebook from my pocket again. I marked the ravine, the torn sleeve, the footprints. If I was going to survive this, I'd need more than gut instinct. I'd need a plan. But already, the forest was rearranging itself once more. And I wasn't sure if the path I'd take tomorrow would even lead to the place I started. I swallowed hard, the bitter taste of fear sharp on my tongue as I faced the gathering storm around me. The woods were watching. And waiting. The night pressed in hard. I rubbed my eyes, trying to blink away the fog of exhaustion and confusion. The ravine where I'd seen the footprints, the torn sleeve, wasn't where I thought it was. It had moved. I could swear the gnarled oak I'd used as a landmark was now closer to the ridge than before, and the fallen log I crossed yesterday was missing entirely. I swallowed hard, tasting the sharp bitterness of panic mingled with cold air. My breath came out in short bursts, visible in the moonlight. I scanned the shadows, trying to catch a glimpse of anything out of place, maybe a glint of reflective eyes, a flicker of movement, but the forest was silent. Complete silence, except for the faint rustling of dry leaves in a light breeze. I forced myself to breathe slower. I had to figure this out. I pulled out the notebook again, the pages already damp with sweat and condensation. I flipped back to the sketches I'd made of the path, the ravine, the footprints. Nothing matched what I was seeing now. The forest had shifted overnight. No, that wasn't right. It wasn't just shifted. It was being manipulated. At that moment, a sound cut through the stillness, a soft thump, then another. Like footsteps, but heavier, deliberate. Not far, but not close either. My head snapped toward the noise, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. Hello? I called out, voice rough, cracking as it echoed into the darkness. No answer. Just that steady, slow rhythm of footsteps moving parallel to me, just beyond the edge of the clearing. I swallowed again. The cold was biting into my skin now, but I didn't move. The footsteps stopped abruptly. A pause. Then a single, low laugh, dry, humorless, and cold as ice, broke the silence. It was the same laugh from before. The one that made my skin crawl. My hands trembled, clutching the notebook tighter. Who's there? I demanded, trying to sound braver than I felt. No reply. Just the rustle of leaves and the distant hoot of an owl. I took a cautious step back toward the tent, eyes scanning every shadow. The trees seemed taller, their branches twisting in unnatural arcs. The ground beneath my feet felt uneven, as if the earth itself were shifting. I thought about the footprints again, the torn sleeve. Whoever was out here wasn't just playing games. They were watching, learning, using this ever-changing maze to stalk me, to trap me. It hit me then, the forest wasn't just a backdrop. It was part of the threat. Someone was moving pieces around, changing trails, hiding their tracks. And I was running out of places to hide. I retreated into the tent, zipping it closed with trembling fingers. I sat down, knees pulled to my chest, and tried to steady my breathing. The notebook lay open on my lap. I was running out of time and options. Morning came with no relief. The sun rose weakly through thick clouds, casting a gray light that seemed to dissolve the edges of the forest. I stepped outside. The path I'd planned to take was gone. In its place, a tangle of thorny bushes and brambles where the trail should have been. I felt a surge of dread. This wasn't just a prank or some local's idea of a joke. I was trapped. The forest had swallowed my escape routes whole. I spent the morning marking new landmarks, broken branches, oddly shaped stones, anything to map this shifting labyrinth. But every step I took felt like walking deeper into a snare. Around midday, I heard voices. Not shouting or laughter, just low, murmuring tones, like a conversation held behind thick walls. I froze, straining to catch words. The voices were too far, muffled by dense trees, but unmistakably human. I moved toward the sound cautiously, heart hammering. The ground beneath my boots was soft, damp with moss and decay. A faint scent of smoke hung in the air, sharp and unsettling. Someone had been here recently. Maybe just hours ago. Peeking through the underbrush, I spotted a narrow dirt path I hadn't seen before. It vanished into a copse of trees. The voices came from that direction. I debated following it. Curiosity warred with fear. I wanted to know who was out here, why the forest was turning against me. But every instinct screamed to turn back. Then I heard it, a whisper right behind me. So close I could almost feel the breath. I spun around, heart in my throat. Nothing. Just the rustling leaves and the oppressive silence pressing in from all sides. I swallowed the lump in my throat and forced myself to move forward, toward the voices. The path twisted sharply, leading me to a small clearing I hadn't seen before. There, half hidden behind a tree, was a crude shelter made of branches and tarps. Not my tent, something else. Someone else. A figure stepped out. Tall, lean, with a face obscured by shadow. They watched me with cold, unreadable eyes. You shouldn't be here. The voice was calm but carried an edge that made my skin tighten. Neither should you, I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. They smiled, but it didn't reach their eyes. This forest is ours. We don't like visitors. I noticed in the small radio at their side, the tangled wire disappearing into the brush. Someone else was out here. Someone who knew exactly what they were doing. Why are you doing this? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. They shrugged. Control. Power. It's not personal. Just business. The words sank in like cold water. This wasn't random. It was deliberate. A calculated trap. I glanced back the way I'd come. The path had vanished completely, swallowed by new growth and fallen branches. The forest was closing in. There was no turning back. The figure took a step forward. You'll learn to play by our rules, they said softly. I swallowed hard, the bitter taste of fear sharp on my tongue. I was caught in something far bigger than I'd imagined. The forest wasn't just a maze. It was a hunting ground. And I was the prey. I looked around, searching for any possible escape. But the trees pressed close, the shadows deepening. The sun was sinking behind the hills, and the cold was creeping back in. I had no choice now but to keep moving forward into the heart of the maze, into the unknown. The forest was watching, waiting, and this time I was certain I couldn't outrun it. The forest didn't wait for me. I stood exactly where I'd stopped, the path behind me erased as if it had never existed. The branches reached out like skeletal fingers, snagging at my jacket. I tried to swallow, even though my mouth had gone dry. The bitter taste lingered like metal or old pennies. Ahead, the trees thinned just enough for me to see the faint outline of a ridge. The sun was almost gone, bleeding red and gold into the horizon. Somewhere beyond, civilization waited, or so I hoped. But the forest was laughing at that hope. "Play by our rules," the voice had said. I didn't know whose rules, or how many players there were. I didn't even know what game I was in anymore. I forced myself forward, stepping over a tangled root slick with moss. The ground was soft, damp, the smell of decayed leaves sharp in my nostrils. My ears stretched for any sound, twigs snapping beyond reach, the rustle of a small animal, the faint scrape of something larger. But all I heard was my own breathing, ragged and uneven. Minutes passed. Maybe an hour. Time had warped somehow. The forest felt alive, but not with nature. It was a trap. A well-laid snare. I imagined eyes watching me, calculating every step, every hesitation. I tried to steady my thoughts. Look for landmarks. Anything familiar. But the trees shifted again, the way they did each morning, rearranging without explanation. That gnarled oak I remembered from yesterday was nowhere in sight. Instead, a dense thicket of brambles blocked what should have been a clear path. I stopped. My hands trembled as I brushed wet leaves from my face. The cold was settling deep into my bones. A sudden noise. Branches snapping, but not for me. Something moving. Close. I froze, heart pounding so loud I was sure it would give me away. Then, a voice. Low and rough. "Don't make this harder than it needs to be." I spun around, searching for the source. No one. Just the trees, dark and silent. "Who's there?" I called out, voice cracking. Silence. Then, a laugh. Dry, humorless. "I'm right here," the voice said, closer now, almost behind me. I whipped around again, but the forest was just trees. No figure. No shadow. "Show yourself," I demanded, voice steadier than I felt. Nothing but the night. I cursed under my breath. This wasn't a game of hide and seek. It was psychological warfare. I was being hunted by someone who knew this forest better than I did, someone who could disappear into the dark like a ghost. I took a step back, then another, eyes darting. The ground beneath me shifted subtly, an unevenness I hadn't noticed before. The forest was changing again. Or maybe I was losing my mind. I tried to remember everything I'd learned so far. The shifted landmarks, the disappearing paths, the smell of smoke that sometimes drifted in from nowhere. The feeling of being watched, always. Then it hit me, something I'd overlooked. The figure's words, "It's not personal. Just business." Business meant planning, preparation, control. Whoever was doing this had mapped the forest like a chessboard, moving pieces without mercy. I needed to think like them. I crouched down, feeling the cold, damp earth beneath my palms. My fingers traced the ground, searching. A footprint. Faint, but there. A boot tread pressed into the soft soil, pointing deeper into the forest. I hesitated. Follow or stay put? Follow, I whispered to myself. You have to. I moved forward cautiously, senses sharp as shattered glass. Every sound was amplified, the crunch of dry leaves underfoot, the hiss of a breeze weaving through branches, the distant call of a night bird. Then the voice again, barely more than a breath. Keep moving. You don't want to stay. I stopped dead. The voice was close now, unmistakably real. Somewhere ahead, just beyond sight. Why are you doing this? I asked, voice trembling. No answer. Just the forest's cold embrace. The path twisted, trees leaning inward like a cathedral of wood. I felt trapped beneath their weight, crushed by the silence. Suddenly, a flicker of light, a small glow through the branches. A campfire? No, too small, like a lantern. Someone watching me. I ducked behind a tree, heart hammering against my ribs. The scent of smoke was stronger now, mixed with something else, something sharp and sour. Sweat. Fear? I peeked out. A figure crouched near the light, face hidden beneath a hood. They didn't move. I swallowed hard, the bitter metallic tang filling my mouth again. If I stayed, they'd spot me. If I ran, I'd lose whatever chance I had left. Listen, I said quietly, hoping the sound wasn't too loud. I don't want trouble. The figure shifted, the lantern light catching a flash of eyes, dark, cold, unreadable. You already have trouble, they whispered. By being here. I took a deep breath, trying to steady the chaos inside. Why me? Why here? The figure stood slowly, the lantern swinging. Because you came alone. Because you thought you could walk out. Because you're too stubborn to give up. Their words hit me like a punch. Stubborn. Damn right I was. Stubborn enough to survive. I stepped out from behind the tree, hands raised in a gesture of peace. Look, I don't want to fight. I just want to leave. They smiled then. Not a friendly smile. Something colder. There's no leaving, they said. Not yet. Not until the game's over. The forest settled around us. The air thickened. My skin prickled, every nerve on edge. I realized then that the shifting landmarks, the disappearing paths, they weren't just traps. They were a way to control me, to wear me down. And I was running out of time. The figure took a step closer, lantern casting long shadows. Play by our rules, they repeated softly. Or disappear. I swallowed hard, the bitter taste sharp on my tongue again. I had no choice. The maze was closing in, and the predator was no longer invisible. The night held its breath. And I stepped forward, into the darkness. The forest was quiet when I woke, but not in that peaceful way I'd hoped for. It was the heavy, watchful kind of quiet that smothers the usual morning chorus. No birds, no wind. Just the weight of stillness pressing against my skin. I lay in my sleeping bag a while, listening for anything at all. The smell of damp earth and pine needles seeped through the tense mesh, oddly familiar now, like a scent I'd swallowed whole and couldn't spit out. I tried to shake the feeling that something was wrong before I even stepped out. Then, the zipper creaked under my fingers, and a cool breath of air hit my face. The forest looked different. It wasn't just the light shifting or the shadows stretching longer, it was the trees. The old oak I'd marked yesterday wasn't by the ridge anymore. The mossy boulder that had been my landmark the day before had somehow moved closer to the creek's edge, almost like it had been dragged. I blinked hard, thinking maybe I was still half asleep, But no. Every feature I'd memorized was rearranged as if the forest had been dismantled overnight and reassembled with deliberate care. My hands trembled when I pulled out my map and compass. I'd checked them countless times before, but now the compass needle spun erratically, refusing to settle. The map, though weathered and creased, still showed the same paths I'd planned to follow. But those paths weren't there. At least, not where they should be. I swallowed hard. I thought that the forest was just playing tricks on me, that I was losing my mind after so many days alone. But no! The terrain was shifting. Or someone was moving things, rearranging my way out. I packed up my tent faster than I ever had, the fabric rough against my palms. The ground was cooler where I'd slept, the dew soaking through the thin layer of nylon. I tasted the cold, sharp tang of metal on my tongue, maybe from biting my lip in frustration. I kept telling myself to breathe, to keep calm. I needed a plan. If this was someone's doing, and I was sure it was, then they were watching. Waiting. Using the forest itself as a tool against me. I tried to retrace my steps, but every tree, every rock, every patch of brambles was just a little off. The creek that had promised a straight path to the main road twisted and doubled back like a snake playing tricks. I stumbled over roots that hadn't been there before, and the air was thick with the scent of damp bark and rotting leaves, but also something else, something faint but unmistakable. Smoke? No, too faint, and I hadn't seen any fire. It was the smell of something burning, barely there, like a memory of fire. The thought made me shiver. Not from cold, not from fear exactly, but from something deeper, like the feeling of being watched by someone who knows exactly where you are, and exactly how to keep you lost. I stopped near a cluster of birch trees, their white bark peeling like old paper. There was a small clearing, and something caught my eye, a scrap of fabric, frayed and dirty, caught on a low branch. I recognized it immediately. It was the sleeve of my jacket, the one I'd lost 2 days ago when I slipped on that steep slope. How had it gotten here? No, not here. Somewhere else. Somewhere someone had moved it. I clenched my fists, the rough cloth biting into my skin. I wanted to scream, but the forest swallowed any sound I made. I whispered, "Who are you?" No answer, only the rustle of leaves. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my racing heart. I thought that if I stayed calm and followed the creek, I'd find the way back. Now I wasn't sure if the creek was even real or just a trick, a lure. But I had no choice. I had to try. The day dragged on, the sun sliding behind clouds that thickened like smoke. My legs ached from the constant stumbling, and my throat was dry, tasting faintly of the bitter pine resin I chewed to keep it wet. Every so often, I caught glimpses of movement, shadows slipping between trees, the crunch of leaves just beyond my sight. I stopped, trying to catch a shape, a figure, but all I got was silence and the occasional snap of a twig. I kept thinking about the notes I'd scribbled in my journal, the landmarks I'd drawn, the way the forest was supposed to look. None of it matched what I was seeing now. The forest wasn't just shifting, it was being manipulated. At some point, I realized I'd been walking in circles. The same twisted pine appeared again, its bark scarred by what looked like old claw marks or maybe something else. My mind raced. The stories I'd heard about people disappearing in these woods. The warnings from locals about someone who stalked hikers, moving their campsites, tampering with signs, twisting paths to trap them. I dismissed those stories at first, but now they echoed in my head like a warning siren. I crouched down, pressing my palm against the damp earth. The soil was soft and cool, but scattered around were footprints. Not mine. Larger, heavier prints, with a distinct tread pattern I didn't recognize. Someone had been here recently. Watching me. I swallowed the lump in my throat and stood up slowly. Every muscle in my body screamed to run, but I forced my legs to move steadily forward. If I panicked, I'd lose what little control I had. As dusk fell, the forest took on a different face. The shadows grew longer, and the air thickened. I could hear the distant hoot of an owl, a coyote's sharp bark, but beneath it all, there was another sound, a faint, rhythmic crunching, like footsteps carefully following my trail. I stopped and pinned my ears to the wind. The sound halted too. I whispered, "I see you." No reply. I moved again, faster now, the underbrush tearing at my pants. The forest was closing in, but I kept my eyes peeled for anything familiar, anything that could guide me out. Then, in a small clearing, I saw it, a makeshift campfire ring, cold now but unmistakable. Around it were scattered remnants, a torn piece of my shirt, some empty cans, and a crudely carved stick with strange notches. Someone had lived here. Someone who'd watched me, waited for me. I sank down on a mossy log, exhaustion pressing into my bones like a heavy blanket. My breath came in shallow gasps, and my hands shook uncontrollably. I closed my eyes, trying to block out the creeping dread. I thought about why they were doing this. To what end? Was I bait? A game? Or just another lost soul they wanted to break? The night deepened, and the forest whispered secrets I didn't want to hear. I thought about the years I'd spent planning this trip, the stories I told myself about solitude and survival. Story 6, Subway Secrets, haunted by impossible memory. The subway car smelled like a mix of damp wool, stale coffee, and something faintly metallic that I couldn't place. I always took this train at 7:15 a.m., a habit I'd stuck to for years, a rhythm that kept the chaos of the city at bay. The same faces, the same pockets of silence punctuated by the occasional cough or the rustle of a newspaper. The carriage was half full, a handful of commuters scattered in their own worlds, headphones in, eyes shut, fingers tapping out messages on tiny screens. I glanced down at my phone, catching the faint blue light reflecting off the cracked screen protector. Email, weather, a half-started to-do list. Then, instinctively, I locked it and slipped it into my jacket pocket. There was a faint chill in the air, or maybe it was just me. The stranger sat across from me, a few seats down, and I barely noticed him at first. Mid-30s-ish, maybe a bit older, with that kind of quiet presence you only pick up on if you're paying attention or if something about it unsettles you without explanation. His jacket looked worn, the kind you could imagine had stories, but his eyes were sharp, too sharp, and fixed somewhere beyond the crowded car. I tried to focus on the rhythm of the rails. The faint screech as the wheels hit the curve. The vague smell of exhaust that seeped in from above ground. But then he spoke. "I remember the tree in your backyard," he said without looking at me. I blinked, confused. The voice was low, almost conversational, but there was an edge to it, like a thread pulled tight beneath calm words. I turned my head slowly. The man's eyes were locked on mine now. The one with the broken branch. "You used to climb it when you were 7. Your mother couldn't watch without holding her breath." I swallowed hard. My mouth went dry. That tree. The broken branch. No one talked about that anymore. Not since I was a kid. Not since my mother stopped mentioning it after we moved away. The memory was so specific, so private, it was like someone had reached inside my mind and pulled it out. "How do you know that?" I said, voice barely above a whisper. He shrugged, a small, almost amused smile curling the edge of his lips. "I've been watching." The train's lights flickered. I caught the faint taste of iron on my tongue, and my fingers tightened around the strap of my bag. A distant dog barked somewhere above ground, sharp and lonely. I looked around the car. No one else seemed to notice. Everyone else was absorbed in their own distractions, headphones, phones, newspapers. But then the man leaned forward slightly, voice dropping. "Your first day at school. You wore that green jacket with the zipper stuck. You cried when the other kids called you Mouse. You thought you were invisible." I could feel my skin prickling, like static electricity dancing just beneath the surface. How could he know this? No one ever talked about that day. I'd buried it deep, like a secret locked away in a box I never wanted opened. The train rattled over a rail joint, a steady clack-clack-clack that seemed to echo in the silence that followed him speaking. I swallowed again, trying to steady my breath. "Why are you telling me this?" I managed. He tilted his head, eyes narrowing. "Because I'm close. Closer than you think." A bead of sweat formed at my temple, though the air was cool. My heart ticked faster, thudding in a way I hadn't noticed all morning. I wanted to stand up, to move, to escape, but my legs felt heavy, stuck to the seat like I was glued. The stranger reached into his pocket and pulled out a small, black device, no bigger than a matchbox, and tapped it once. The screen on my phone suddenly lit up in my jacket pocket, an unexpected glow that shouldn't have been there. I yanked the phone out, blinking against the sudden brightness. The screen showed a photo. Not a selfie, not a snapshot from today, but a faded picture of me as a child, no more than 7, climbing that very tree he'd mentioned. The broken branch jutted out jaggedly above me, and my face was half hidden in shadow, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. I stared, unable to speak. The image felt like a breach, a violation. The subway car's usual ambient noise retreated into nothingness, as if the world had shrunk to the space between us. "You're watching me," I said finally, voice rough, through every screen I own. He nodded slowly, almost approvingly. Every screen, every device. Cameras, microphones. You left traces. You think your life is private, but it's an open book. I reached for my phone again, fingers trembling. The screen flickered, then switched to the home page. No messages, no notifications, just the usual clutter of apps. But somewhere beneath the surface, I knew it wasn't just normal. The train slowed as we approached the next station. People stood up, shuffled toward the doors. I wanted to get off, to run, but I was frozen, caught between disbelief and something darker, a creeping sense that I was being watched more closely than I ever had been, maybe since I was a child. The stranger stood as well. "You'll see more," he said quietly, "if you don't want to." And then he stepped off the train, disappearing into the crowd on the platform. I sat there, the cold window pressing against my cheek, the photo still glowing softly in my hand. The city moved around me, indifferent, but something inside had shifted. I wasn't alone anymore. Not really. Not ever. The train doors slid shut behind him with a dull thud that echoed in my ears longer than it should have. The subway car rattled forward, the lights flickering briefly overhead, casting long shadows on the scratched plastic seats. I sat motionless, my fingers still curled around the now cold photo, the stranger's words replaying like a broken record in my mind. "You left traces." What traces? How? The station slipped away beneath the train as I tried to make sense of it all. I wasn't used to feeling this exposed, like my entire past had been laid bare by someone I'd never met. It wasn't just the details about my childhood, things no one but me or my family should know, but the way he said it, like he'd been watching me for years. It made my skin crawl. I pulled out my phone again, the screen illuminating my face in the dim car. No messages, no calls, no alerts except the usual notifications I ignored daily. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. I ran my thumb over the screen surface, the glass cool but somehow slippery beneath my touch. Was it possible someone had access to this device? to my digital life. The subway car emptied as it approached the next stop. I rose, stiff-legged, the photo slipping from my grasp and fluttering to the floor. A few passengers glanced my way, but no one seemed interested in the small paper with the faded image. I picked it up, smoothing the edges with trembling fingers. The face in the picture was unmistakably mine, but the background was a park I hadn't thought about in years, the crooked oak tree where I'd once hidden from bullies. Outside, the city was already a blur of neon and night sounds, the distant wail of sirens, the low hum of traffic, the occasional bark from a stray dog somewhere in the alleys. The air smelled faintly of rain left over on concrete, damp and sharp. I stepped out onto the platform and found myself scanning the crowd, half expecting to see the stranger again. But he was gone. Back in my apartment, the silence was thick, pressing against my ears like a weight. The faint buzz of the refrigerator was the only sound. I placed the photo on the kitchen table, the rough-wood grain cool beneath it. I flicked on the overhead light, the bulb humming softly. I sat down, rubbing my temples, trying to focus. I knew I couldn't ignore this. Not anymore. First, I checked every device I owned, phone, laptop, tablet, looking for anything unusual. Strange apps I didn't remember installing, odd files, weird permissions. Nothing. Or at least, nothing obvious. But I wasn't convinced. How else could that man have known so much? And how had he said, "You think your life is private"? I remembered something, the security camera in the hallway outside my apartment. I never thought much of it. Just a standard feature in the building. But now, I wondered, was that another window into my life? I grabbed my jacket and headed downstairs, the stairwell smelling of stale smoke and bleach. The fluorescent light flickered overhead, casting an eerie glow on the cracked plaster walls. I pressed my ear to the door leading outside, listening for footsteps or voices. Nothing. Just the distant rumble of traffic. The building's management office was empty. Crazy, right? A note taped to the door announced that the superintendent was on vacation until next week. Great timing. I stepped back into the lobby, eyes darting to the small metal box housing the security feeds. The screen was dark, the lens of the camera hanging like a silent guardian in the corner. I tapped the glass, wishing it would show me something, anything. Later, I sat down at my laptop, fingers poised over the keyboard. I started digging through online forums about hacking and surveillance. The deeper I went, the more I realized how vulnerable I was. How vulnerable we all were. I read stories of people whose lives were invaded through hacked webcams, microphones activated without their knowledge, even smart TVs turning into surveillance devices. I closed the laptop and stared at the black screen, the glow from the city seeping through the blinds. My phone buzzed. A notification. I grabbed it quickly, heart skipping. A message. No sender. No text. Just a photo. It was the same park from the photo in my hand. But this time, the crooked oak tree was lit by a faint, flickering streetlight. And sitting beneath it, me. Only, I hadn't been there in years. Not tonight. Not ever. I swallowed hard. My mouth was dry, the metallic taste of fear creeping in. How could this be? Was it a coincidence? A clever trick? I tapped the screen again. The message disappeared. I checked the phone's security settings, looking for any sign of breach. Nothing. But the feeling that I was being watched only grew stronger. It was like the city itself had eyes, and they were trained on me. I thought about calling someone, anyone. But who would believe me? The police? My friends? I wasn't even sure I believed it myself. I paced the room, the wooden floor creaking beneath my feet. Outside, a subway train rumbled past, shaking the windows. I stopped by the window and looked out at the streets below, alive with people heading home or to late-night jobs. Somewhere, a dog barked twice. I whispered to myself, this can't be real. But I knew it was. The next morning, I woke up early, the sunlight filtering in through the blinds, casting stripes across the bed. My phone lay on the nightstand, silent. For a moment, I hoped the message had been a nightmare. But the photo on the kitchen table said otherwise. I had to find out who was behind this. Had to understand the pattern before it got worse. I started by retracing my digital footprints, scrolling through old emails, social media posts, anything that might hint at how someone could have pieced together my life. Then I noticed something odd, an email from a service I didn't remember signing up for. No sender name, just a subject line, "We see you." I hesitated before opening it. The message inside was a single sentence, "Your past is only the beginning." A cold shiver ran down my spine. Someone was playing a game, and I was the only player on the board. I reached out to my closest friend, Mara. She picked up on the second ring. "I need to talk," I said, voice unsteady. "Something's wrong. Someone knows things they shouldn't." Her voice softened. "Okay. I'm coming over." When she arrived, the light in her eyes was concerned but steady. She sat beside me on the couch, the familiar scent of her lavender shampoo grounding me a little. I showed her the photo, the messages. "This isn't a joke," I said. "It's like I'm being watched through every screen I own." Mara frowned. "Have you thought about who would want to do this? Anyone from work? Someone you know?" I shook my head. "No one. I don't think it's personal. It feels systematic." Her fingers tapped nervously on her knee. "Maybe you should get help. Like a professional." I wanted to agree, but a part of me recoiled at the idea. How do you explain something like this without sounding unhinged? We spent the day piecing together what little evidence I had. The emails, the photos, the stranger's words on the train. Mara suggested I start documenting everything, every message, every call, every strange thing on my devices. "Keep a log," she said. "If this is someone watching, the more you know, the better your chances." That night, I set up an old laptop disconnected from the internet, a place to jot down notes without risk of hacking. I recorded the time and details of every weird occurrence. The message from the unknown email. The photo on my phone. The stranger's voice on the subway. As I typed, a sudden noise made me freeze, a soft tapping at the window. I whipped around. Nothing. Just the faint rustle of the wind shaking the blinds. I tried to tell myself it was nothing. Maybe a branch. Maybe my imagination. But when I glanced back at the screen, the cursor blinked, and the words "I'm closer than you think" appeared. I didn't type that. My hand shook so badly I nearly dropped the laptop. The room was suddenly too cold. The shadows seemed to stretch toward me like fingers. I wanted to shut everything. The room felt smaller than before, like the walls were closing in with every breath I took. Mara's presence beside me was oddly comforting and yet only reminded me how alone I really was in this mess. She reached out, brushing a strand of hair behind my ear, but I barely noticed. My eyes were glued to the open laptop on the coffee table, the screen glowing with that same eerie message I'd found earlier, "Your past is only the beginning." I'd spent hours digging through every digital corner I could find, old emails, forgotten social media accounts, even those stupid apps I'd downloaded on a whim and promptly abandoned. Nothing explained how someone could know the details about me no one else ever had. The stranger's words on the subway, the quiet invasions into my private life, it all pointed to something far bigger than a random stalker. Mara's voice broke through the haze. Have you called the police? I shook my head. What would I say? Someone knows I ate peanut butter sandwiches in 3rd grade? I tried to laugh, but it came out hollow. She didn't laugh. No one should have access to that kind of information. We're talking about someone who's been watching you for a long time. This isn't just a prank. I looked up at her, eyes wide. I know that now. The silence stretched between us, thick and heavy. Then my phone buzzed. The screen lit up with a message from an unknown number. We're closer than you think. I swallowed hard. Mara leaned over and read it too, her brow furrowing. Do you think they're inside your apartment? She whispered. I glanced around the dim living room, half expecting to catch a shadow slipping between the curtains or a figure behind the frosted glass door. But only the hum of the fridge and the distant honking of cars outside filled the space. I don't know, I admitted. But I'm starting to believe this isn't just about knowing my past. They want control. Mara's eyes searched mine. Control? What do you mean? It's like every screen I own is a window into my life. My phone, my laptop, even the smart speaker. I tapped the device on the table. I changed the passwords, disconnected everything, but it's still happening. Messages. Details. They're always a step ahead. Her fingers drummed on her knees. Have you tried to trace any of the messages? The emails? I nodded. I did. The email I got, the one with the subject "We see you," came from a server overseas. It bounced through at least 5 different IP addresses. Whoever it is, they know how to cover their tracks. Mara's voice was steady but low. So what now? I stared at the screen, then back at her. I have to find out who this is. I can't just sit here waiting for the next message. This isn't random. It's personal. She hesitated, then said, okay. But be careful. Whoever it is, they're watching. They want to keep you off balance. I nodded. The words felt like a warning I didn't want but needed. Later that night, after Mara left, I sat in the dark, the glow from my laptop the only light in the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay. I reopened the email again, fingers trembling slightly. That single sentence, "Your past is only the beginning," echoed in my mind. What if it wasn't just a threat? What if they had a reason for this? Something I had no clue about? I started typing a search query that felt more like a prayer. How to find out if someone is spying on your devices. The results were a mess of paranoid forums, tech blogs, and cybersecurity tips. One guide caught my something about advanced persistent threats, where hackers infiltrate personal devices to gather extensive information over time, slowly building a profile to manipulate their target. My stomach twisted. This wasn't just some creep with a grudge. It was methodical. Calculated. I ran through the list of every place I'd ever shared personal info online. That old blog I'd abandoned years ago. The online forums where I had once vented about my family. The social media accounts I'd barely touched in months. All of it was a breadcrumb trail. Then it hit me, what if the stranger on the subway wasn't a random person? What if they were someone who had been in my life before? Someone who had kept tabs all this time? I shook the thought away. No, that couldn't be right. Or could it? The next morning, I walked to the coffee shop down the block to clear my head. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of rain and roasted coffee beans. Inside, the barista smiled as I ordered, the familiar clink of ceramic cups a small comfort. But even here, My eyes flicked nervously to the corners of the room, the windows, the screens on the walls. Was I being watched now? Was there a camera hidden somewhere in plain sight? I pulled out my phone, scrolling through messages again. No new notes. No new threats. But the feeling didn't leave me. Like the calm before a storm. At home, I tried to disconnect entirely, turned off every device, unplugged the router, even covered the windows. The silence was deafening. I paced the living room, the rough carpet scratching my bare feet. Every creak in the building sounded amplified. Then, my old landline rang. The shrill tone sliced through the quiet like an item. My hands froze on my hips. No one called that number anymore. I let it ring out. It rang again. I stared at the phone, heart hammering. The third time, I picked up. Hello? A voice, calm but cold, whispered, "You can't run." The line clicked dead. I dropped the receiver as if it burned me. The room spun. My breath caught in my throat. The past, the messages, the watching, it all closed in like a noose tightening. I sank to the floor, hands pressed to my ears, trying to shut it all out. But the silence didn't help. It was louder than any noise. I realized then that this wasn't something I could escape by shutting off devices or changing routines. Whoever was behind this had already taken control. I was no longer just a victim of surveillance, I was a prisoner in my own life. And the worst part? I had no idea how to break free. Outside, the city carried on, oblivious to the nightmare unfolding in a single, small apartment. The rain started tapping against the window pane, soft at first, then with growing insistence. I looked at the darkened screens, powerless. The game was on, and I was trapped. No turning back now. The silence was suffocating. The room felt smaller with every breath I took, walls pressing in like they could lean closer if I dared to move. I sat on the edge of the couch, the fabric rough against my bare arms, and stared at the blank TV screen. No power. No signal. Yet, somewhere deep inside, a nagging itch told me it wasn't truly off. Not really. I couldn't stop replaying the stranger's words on the subway. How could they have known about the scar on my knee from that summer bike crash? The way my mother used to hum to herself while washing dishes, the smell of lemon soap and old wood. Details I hadn't shared in years, not with anyone. Not even my closest friends. Yet I heard every one of them spoken aloud. As if I were standing naked beneath a spotlight. I tried to convince myself it was a coincidence, some elaborate trick of memory. But the cold knot in my stomach refused to loosen. Someone was inside my life, watching, waiting. I was no longer the observer, I was the observed. My phone buzzed suddenly on the coffee table, sharp against the quiet. I jumped and nearly knocked it to the floor. The screen flashed with a new message, no contact name, no number, just 4 words, "Look outside your window." Outside. The rain had stopped earlier, leaving the night air damp and sharp. I hesitated, heart hammering against ribs like it wanted out. I stood slowly, every step heavy with dread, and edged toward the window. The street was empty save for a single figure standing beneath the flickering street lamp. Their back was turned, I had pulled tight, but even in the half-light, their presence felt deliberate, focused. I blinked. Then they moved just a step, enough to catch the dim light that cast long, dancing shadows on something reflective in their hand. My breath caught. Not a tool, no. Something smaller. A phone? A camera? It didn't matter. The message was clear. They wanted me to see. To know they were close. I backed away, heart racing, palms slick against the cool glass. The street lamp flickered again, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers toward my window. I shut the curtains fast, the fabric thick and heavy in my hands, but the image burned in my mind. I paced the room, trying to think, trying to plan. Every instinct screamed to run, to call someone, anyone. But I didn't have anyone. Not really. And who would believe this? A stranger with too much information and no explanation. The phone buzzed again. Another message, turn on your camera. No way. No. I stared at the screen, trembling. Could I? Should I? My hands hovered over the buttons, fingers numb and clumsy. Something inside me snapped. I pressed it. The front camera flickered to life, and I caught my own wide-eyed reflection staring back. Stop. Just stop, I whispered to myself, voice barely audible. This isn't happening. But it was. It was happening. And whoever was behind this was inside everything, my phone, my laptop, my smart TV. Every screen a window into my life. Suddenly, a knock at the door. Sharp, deliberate, like a hammer against wood. I froze, breath caught in my throat. My mind scrambled for answers. Who could it be? The police? No, I hadn't called anyone. A neighbor? Unlikely this late and in the rain. The stranger? Could they have come inside? I crept to the peephole and peered out. Nothing. Empty hallway, dimly lit, silent. Hello? I called softly, voice trembling. No answer. Just the distant hum of the building settling. I exhaled slowly, relief washing over me, but only briefly. The knock came again. Louder this time. I backed away, heart in my throat. Something was very wrong. The air tasted metallic, sharp with fear and adrenaline. I swallowed hard. Then my phone buzzed once more. A new message, this one different, no text, just a video attachment. Hands shaking, I opened it. The screen filled with grainy footage of my apartment. The camera angle was unmistakable. From the living room, pointed directly at me. I spun around, eyes darting. No camera. No sign of any device. The video continued. Footsteps echoed faintly in the background. Then the door to my bedroom creaked open, slow and deliberate. My breath hitched. Whoever was filming was inside. Watching. I dropped the phone onto the couch, heart pounding so loudly I was sure it would burst through my chest. The building was silent again, but I couldn't shake the feeling of eyes on me. I moved toward the bedroom doorway, every nerve screaming to run, but curiosity and fear rooted me in place. The door was ajar, just like in the video. I pushed it open fully. Empty. The room looked untouched, my clothes folded on the chair, my laptop closed on the desk. But then I noticed it. A small, folded piece of paper resting on the bed. I picked it up, fingers trembling. Written in neat, precise handwriting were 4 words. I am here. The lights flickered, then went out completely, plunging the room into darkness. The silence returned, thicker than before. I was now alone. Not by a long shot. And now, I had no idea what to do next. The room stayed black for what felt like an eternity, but was probably closer to a minute. The note was still there on the bedspread, its message clear and chilling. I am here. My hands trembled as I folded it carefully, not wanting to tear the paper but desperate to get rid of it, to erase it from this room like it hadn't ever existed. I stuffed it deep into my pocket. I wanted to run. I wanted to slam the door shut behind me and never come back. But something, maybe stubbornness, maybe fear itself, kept me rooted. I needed answers. I needed to understand who had invaded my life like this, who had been watching me through every screen, every camera, every device I owned. A stranger who knew my childhood secrets, my fears, my routines. Someone who had turned my life into a book I couldn't close. I pulled my phone from the couch, fingers still shaky. The screen lit up with the same video I had seen earlier, my apartment, the doorway, the note on the bed. It was looping, like a twisted slideshow of my own paranoia. I stared at it, searching for a clue, an imperfection, a sign of who was behind this. Nothing. I tried calling the police again, but the line dropped before anyone answered. My service provider sent me a text. Your account has been temporarily suspended due to unusual activity. Of course it had. Whoever was doing this had thought of everything. I sat back on the couch, the cold fabric pressing against my skin. The room felt smaller now, the walls closing in like they were watching me too. The familiar hum of the refrigerator, the ticking of the clock on the wall, even the distant honk of cars, everything seemed amplified, like the city was holding its breath alongside me. Sleep was impossible. I kept glancing at the door, at the windows, imagining shadows moving just beyond my sight. I thought about the subway ride, the stranger who had spoken my childhood aloud like a script. What else did they know? How long had they been watching? By dawn, I realized I hadn't moved from the couch. My phone buzzed once more, a message appearing that made my stomach twist. Why run? You're safer here. The sender was blocked, but the words felt like a cold finger tracing my spine. Safer? How could this be safe? My sanctuary had been breached, my memories weaponized. That morning, the first real light of day, I made a decision. I couldn't stay trapped in my own home, a prisoner to this invisible stalker. I needed to reclaim something, anything that was mine. Privacy, control, peace. I packed a small bag, some clothes, my laptop, though now I wasn't sure it was safe, and a notebook. I scribbled down everything I could remember from the strange encounters, every detail about the stranger, the videos, the notes. Maybe it would help, maybe it wouldn't. But I had to try. I left the apartment with the door locked behind me, but the sensation of eyes on my back followed me down the hallway. The elevator dinged, and a family waiting inside glanced at me briefly before looking away. The city was waking up, indifferent to my unraveling. Outside, the air was crisp, the smell of damp pavement and roasting coffee drifting from the corner cafe. I walked without a destination, the notebook heavy in my hand. The normal sounds of life, dogs barking, wheels rolling on asphalt, snippets of conversation, felt like a fragile shield against the chaos inside my head. I found myself at the library, a place I hadn't visited in years. It smelled of old paper and polish, a quiet refuge from the digital world that had become my tormentor. I settled at a table near a window, the sunlight warming my shoulders. For the first time in days, I felt a flicker of calm. I started researching surveillance, stalking, data breaches, anything that could explain how someone could invade my life so thoroughly. The more I read, the clearer it became. I wasn't alone. There were others, victims of similar invasions, their lives shattered by unseen watchers who used technology as their tool. But knowing I wasn't alone didn't fix the hole the stranger had torn in my sense of security. The question remained, why me? Why had they chosen to unravel my life thread by thread? Later that day, I called my sister. We hadn't spoken much in years, the distance between us filled with unspoken resentment and old wounds. But now, I needed her. I needed a tether. Her voice, warm and hesitant, cracked through the line. You sound like you've been through hell. I swallowed hard, the weight of everything threatening to choke me. I think someone's been watching me. Watching everything. And they know things. Things no one else knows. There was silence on the other end. Then, we'll figure it out. Together. It was the first genuine promise I had in a long while. That night, back in my apartment, I took a deep breath and deleted every app one didn't absolutely need. I changed every password, set up two-factor authentication, and disabled every camera and microphone I could find. But even then, I knew it wasn't enough. The threat wasn't just about technology. It was about control, about power over my mind and memories. I started keeping a journal, writing down every strange message, every uneasy feeling. It was messy, disorganized, but it gave me a way to fight back, to reclaim my story from the stranger's twisted narration. Days turned into weeks. The messages stopped. The videos vanished. The notes disappeared. The silence was no longer suffocating but tentative, like a breath held just before a storm. I didn't know if the person behind it had given up, or if they were simply waiting. The thought made my skin crawl. Yet, in the quiet, I learned to live again. I walked the streets without looking over my shoulder every few steps. I talked to strangers without suspicion. I even started going back to the subway, though I avoided the car where it had started. My childhood memories, once weaponized, began to feel like my own again, flawed and fragile but untouchable by anyone else. I understood that some parts of life could never be completely safe. That fear, once planted, could grow roots that tangled around your soul. But I also realized I could still choose how to live with that fear. How to stand tall, even when the darkness pressed close. The stranger's words haunted me less with time, becoming echoes instead of commands. And in those echoes, I found something unexpected, a warning, yes, but also a kind of clarity. Life was no longer a closed book, but an open one I could write in myself. I wouldn't let them write the ending.